Oh, I know.
So I mean, free agency in the NHL, I feel like the NHL needs to loosen up things a little bit to where stars move around a little bit more. You know, the NFL has it. The NBA has it. Baseball has it. The NHL stars don't move a lot.
Yeah, but is that the
It's
league?
it's that out of nowhere kind, or it's that kind of trade like Kachuk, those unique circumstances. But I mean, you get your guys, you pay them, and they just stay there for forever.
Right.
I mean, it's so. This is why
they
we
need
cried about not.
There's pros and cons to both sides of that. There's a benefit for that fan base, but there's a detriment for a fan base where Detroit is stuck in purgatory. They're good enough not to be, have as many ping pong balls as possible to win the lottery, but they're not good enough to make that jump or get that superstar player.
Right. 248-539-9797, your chance to win some concert tickets. We'll tell you how coming up next. 97 won the ticket. Thank you very much, Chris. The telephone number, 248-539-9797. It's time to let you know how you can win some tickets to see Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena on July the 15th. Live Nation presents Kid Rock. You can get your tickets at livenation.com. Be the fourth caller at 248-539-9797 when you hear Colt Keith's first AAA home run.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that? You're the correct caller. Number 4, you're going to see Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena.
I got a question for you.
Okay. No, I never took that drug.
No, I mean, that's a rabbit hole that we could go down. But that's not where I'm going to go with this one. I was walking along the road yesterday, and in my neighborhood, there's no sidewalks. And so and I don't know if this one will be quite as hotly debated or as contentious as how you slice your grilled cheese.
Mm-hmm.
But I always walk when there's no sidewalks. There's sidewalks. I believe people, dogs, bikes should be on the sidewalk. When there's no sidewalks, I believe that you should be walking on the left side of the road, looking at oncoming traffic, because we're talking about and that's not the highway. It's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. It's in the neighborhood, so that you can see oncoming traffic. You're more aware of what's going on. And my kids asked me the question, and these debates sometimes go on in the Jansen house. Dad, you're walking on the wrong side of the road. You should be walking on this side. It's just like driving. I said, no. When you're walking, you're obviously not in the car. I prefer to walk heading into traffic so that they can see me easier. I believe they can see me easier. When I'm driving, I can see people easier that way. But when I'm walking, I feel like I am safer on that side of the road.
When I walk, when we're at a place in Florida that doesn't have sidewalks,
Yeah.
I'll do the same thing you are, because if I'm walking on the right side, I can't. I don't know. Especially if I have
coming up on you.
AirPods on, listening to music.
Yeah.
I have
See,
no
I wouldn't do
idea.
that either.
I have no idea if a car's coming that way behind me. But if I'm facing traffic, I see it all.
Yeah,
Right.
you see it all, and it at least feels like, yes, they're still going to be driving up behind you, but they're on the other side of the road. At least they should be.
Right. Exactly.
That's correct. I'm pretty sure. I feel like we learned this in school, that you are supposed to walk on the left side
Okay.
of the street. You walk against
I did go to
traffic.
Safety Town,
Or something.
but I don't remember.
I don't know.
it being
I remember
specifically talked
learning that
about.
somewhere.
Yeah.
It's funny. We have this conversation, Colin and I too, and we walk, because we don't, even though I know this and I know the left side is the correct side of the road to walk on, I don't always do that.
Yeah.
Because when I turn out of my house, the way we live on a court, you're just automatically on the right side of the road. And sometimes I just continue on that side of the road.
Oh, so yeah, but that's
I'd
if
have
you
to
turn
cross
right.
over.
But what if you turn left?
Well, then it'd be silly to go all the way. I mean, then I'd just have to walk around the court, basically. I could do that,
okay.
but it would
where
just
you are in the court.
where I'm
Yes, yes. Well,
located,
you
it
can
would
add
be
some
silly
steps
for
if you're
me to-
trying to get your 10,000 steps.
I
Yeah, you
could,
gotta get
but I
go
don't
down those cul-de-sacs.
always. And nobody in my neighborhood does the left-hand side of the street. I mean, some do, but everyone is divided. Then you have some people who are walking on the left side and the right side.
And a car's trying to pass in the middle.
Yes.
Trying to split the uprights.
So, but if there's a sidewalk, you just stay on the sidewalk and you
Sure,
go around.
yeah,
or
the
whatever.
sidewalk
It's
changes
no big deal.
everything.
The only time I ever change is like sometimes we're walking the dogs on the left side on the sidewalk,
Yeah.
and somebody else is walking, on the right side.
Oh, so to make sure there's no personal interaction,
Well,
you walk to the other side of the road?
No, because it depends who the person is, because something. No, let me explain.
If you see Stoney coming and he crosses the road,
No.
he don't like you.
No, if I'm with the dogs, there are people in our neighborhood who
Okay.
freak out, that don't like dogs, so we'll
Sure.
very politely we'll go to the other side.
Or they could.
Well, we're the polite ones. We'll leave it at that.
It doesn't make you less polite if you have a dog on a leash and you're walking on the sidewalk and you decide that you're not going to cross the road.
Yeah, but what do I want? Whatever. I think it's easy. I'd rather do the right thing than make.
Well, staying on the sidewalk, though, is what I'm saying is not the wrong thing.
No, I know.
Yes.
So, John, let's just recap. If there's a sidewalk, all walkers and bikers should be on it.
Correct.
Does it matter which way they walk on the sidewalk?
If you're
For or against traffic?
Oh, wait. No, if
No,
you're on
it
the
shouldn't matter
sidewalk,
on the
no.
sidewalk.
I just
no, it
wanna make
doesn't
sure.
matter.
No.
No, you had me confused with
And
that
if
question.
you are
It
in
seemed
the
to-
road because there is no sidewalk, then you should go against traffic.
Yes, you should be
Yes.
on the left. Yeah.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
I've been saying this forever, and
But-
it drives
but-
me nuts.
But I do have a question about the bikes. If it's, I don't know, kids on a bike, can they be like in the street, or all bikes? I don't think should be on the sidewalk. I just can't stand the bikers who think they're Lance Armstrong or go down our street with the yellow
spandex?
Yes.
jacket and the spandex,
Yes. Yeah, the biker shorts
and the helmets and
the
everything
helmet,
like
yeah.
that.
So if Doug Karsh is coming at you,
Yeah.
you'd rather not.
Does he wear spandex when he bikes?
I
Like,
don't
does he have
know.
a
I would
biking
imagine.
suit or
So
whatever they're
here's
called?
what I would imagine that Doug Karsh would do: is he would wear the bike shorts with a pair of athletic shorts over top of them.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like Doug.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave in Macomb. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I just wanted to say that it's actual legislation in Michigan that when there's no sidewalks, you have to walk on the left side of the road unless it's not practical. Like if they're doing construction on the left side, you can't. But it's actual legislation.
Oh, okay.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see.
And the same in Ontario, too.
I should have asked
There
Mike
you
Shaw
have
that.
Yeah, I'd love to see somebody get a ticket for that. That would be hysterical.
Yes. Only if they have phone in hand.
Yes. Up against the wall. What did I do, officer? You're walking on the wrong side of the road.
Is jaywalking still a
Yes.
ticketable offense?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So you have to cross at the crosswalk?
Right.
Okay.
How many times have you jaywalked?
I don't think that one is, but I would like to see that one written up as well.
Yes. I saw somebody. in Royal Oak get pulled over for it though, or
Pulled over.
Stop
Yes.
for it for
Really?
jaywalking. Yeah, it's like really?
On a busy road, though?
Yeah, it was like Woodward or Maine. I forget which
Okay,
one.
yeah. See, that's a game changer for me. Is first of all, I'm not going to go walking down a major road. There's sidewalk there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but even if they're but crossing the street, they're not waiting. They're not going to the crosswalk. They're going.
They're going Frogger version.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But even if there's no
Splat.
But it was like there wasn't even that much traffic. It's like, really, you're going to give the guy a ticket for jaywalking? Come on, really?
I get to understand that a little bit more because it becomes a hazard for the driver. Because the drivers are not going 25.
So you give
they're,
the guy
they're
a
going 45,
warning.
50.
You don't have to give him a ticket for jaywalking. I don't think, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So right down here, down the street here off of American is 11 Mile.
Yeah.
And I've witnessed some people doing this. There's sidewalk on the one side of the road.
Yeah.
But they use the middle. They're walking down the middle lane.
Wait.
The middle lane of the
left
street.
the left turn lane.
They're walking down the left turn lane. Are they lost?
John, I just saw it. I don't know what's going on in their life.
I mean,
How
you're
annoying
going
is that?
full program on that one where they lay down on the white stripe. Remember the program, the movie, The Program,
Yeah.
and the quarterback. I forget his name off the top of my head, but they did that trick, and I think they actually took it out of the movie at some point because people were trying to do what they were doing. They laid down on the yellow stripe, and as cars were zinging by. That's about what I would equate walking down the turn lane to. That seems moronic.
Some ticket text. By law, cyclists are not allowed on the sidewalk. Why is it so hard to understand that?
Cyclists are not. So, okay, but there's a difference between, are you calling, if Jack is on his bike, is he now a cyclist and he has to be in the road?
That's my problem. I agree. I completely agree with
He
you.
should be on the sidewalk.
Yes.
If I am not, I would not classify myself as a cyclist. If I'm taking my bike into town, I want to stay on the sidewalk. I don't want to be on the road.
No, you want to like climb, hit the bell and all that stuff. You know, your little basket in front of you, right?
That's my bike.
Not quite.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I have a bell too.
Run.
Oh, you have a bell too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. You're a girl.
Belt, basket, everything. Come at me, haters.
Run with, ride against. A good saying when running or riding a bike on the street.
Run with traffic? No, see, I would go the exact opposite. I would run against traffic and ride with traffic.
Completely opposite of this text.
Yeah.
It's 100% the correct way. It's a safety measure for protecting yourself against oncoming traffic. You want to be able to see any potential issues. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
The biggest problem for cyclists is cars on the side streets don't stop before the sidewalk crossing paths. That's why a lot of guys go out for long cycling rides or ride in the street to avoid risking getting hit by the side street cars.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. My perception of bike cyclists because of what they're wearing just is completely unfair. I admit it. But I just think when you see us, it's one thing if they're like on a major, thoroughfare where there's a bike lane and all this kind of stuff.
Sure,
I get
there's
it.
a lot more bike lanes there. They've put them all around Ann Arbor. I know
Right.
they're in Royal Oak.
They're
I know
everywhere. They're even off the highway now. But if you're talking like subdivisions, John Smith thinks he's, Greg LeMond going down the
Yeah.
really.
That's not where you see a lot of cyclists.
No.
You do see them on the more major
No,
roads because they're
I
trying
see
to
them
go
in our
faster.
subdivision sometimes.
Do you?
Yeah,
you have a
they're
lot of
like-
straightaways or at least some very few stop signs?
No. That's there are very few stop signs. There's a couple, but
Yeah.
all right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Adam in Columbus. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's happening?
How are you?
Good morning.
Good. But no, going back to this jaywalking thing, we were down there at Woodward Dream Cruise, and 9 o'clock at night, the road is stopped both ways. And Royal Oak Finest, they had to write some jaywalking tickets, and I got one.
So
Really?
what happens? What do you get with a jaywalking ticket? You have to pay a fine? What happens?
Yeah, I had to go to court and pay a fine. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
It's not one that you can just pay like a speeding ticket, and not have to show up
mail
in
it
court.
in.
Yeah.
Or did you fight it?
I always try to fight them just to, maybe lower the fine or no fine. It was pretty petty in my opinion. I mean, it wasn't like I was crossing traffic normal. It was bumper to bumper. You know how it is on like a Wednesday night down there at 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
You can't move. Mm-hmm. And this dude wrote me and my buddy. We were just trying to go get a beer at Dugan's.
Yep. I'm all for it. Yeah, go fight the man.
I can see get a ticket for smoking a J while walking, but jaywalking is, I know it's dangerous at certain points. I get that. Some more ticket text. Cyclists are also supposed to follow all road laws.
Yes.
Caps.
Yeah.
Stop at stop signs, yield at yield signs. They just fly through intersections without a care. Come on, guys, don't spread ignorance. Bikes have the rights to road just as much as cars. It's the law. That said, some roads are not conducive for bike rides, and riders have to be smart, and the law is you ride with traffic.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You are not allowed to ride a bike on the sidewalk, and you're supposed to ride the same direction as traffic. I do not. I ride against traffic anyway because of people on their phones. Both laws are stupid. Well, you're going to hear from Mike Shaw, the public information officer of the state of Michigan, because the law is going to change as far as people on their phones tomorrow. Yes, that's coming up at 9:35.
And that's better, riding against traffic? Because people are on their phones?
Right, exactly. That
makes
you're closer
no
to
sense.
it. Yeah.
It's called a sidewalk, not a side bike. Bicycles are considered road vehicles by law. If you are riding your bike on the sidewalk, you are technically breaking the law, though I've never seen it enforced. It's a terrible system, mostly because A, the United States sorely lacks bike lanes, and B, many American drivers are a-holes who literally threaten cyclists who are riding on the road where the law says they should be. That'd be from Lance Armstrong.
I'm sort of sensing from John on this that you really don't like bikers.
No, I don't have a problem with it. It's in if they are going to be on the road, then like people have said, they need to obey all of the traffic laws. It's the ones that are riding three across because they think they own the road.
Yeah. Well, motorcycles do that too, side by side.
Yeah, but they're going 65 miles an hour or whatever the speed limit is. But I'm sorry, bikers, as good as you might be, you're not going to be traveling 45 miles an hour down the road.
No.
Cyclists are kickers.
And by the way,
you're not going to bait me into this one.
And by the way,
I appreciate the effort, though.
Yes.
I disagree with the ticket texter. I think we do have enough, if not too many, bike lanes.
Oh, I don't think so.
I love bike lanes. I think there should be bike lanes in as many places as possible so that people, that they are set aside and protected from drivers. I've seen drivers who are, hold bikers in disdain, bike riders, cyclists, and they will get as close to them as possible on the road because they don't think they should be there. I'm not of that mindset.
It depends on the street. It's like, to me, if it's a city,
yeah,
and sometimes there's not enough, in my opinion, lanes for cars because of the bike lane. And to me, I'd rather have an extra lane for the cars.
But if you're also saying all bikes should be on the road, I think that's asinine. I'm not going to send my 8-year-old onto the road.
Yes, he might lose his baseball cards and spokes.
Yeah, the spokes. Yeah,
I would never ride on the street. Like when we rode our bikes to the concert, I did not ride on Sashaball Road.
No.
I rode on the sidewalk.
Exactly.
Right, and that's why I think there's a difference between cyclers and bike riders.
Yes.
Let's go to Dave in Grass Lake. What's up, Dave?
There's the state law says bicycles go the same way traffic goes.
Okay, so just following traffic laws.
Right, and there's a guy out here that never rides with the traffic. He's caused an auto accident, and he almost caused a bus, got hit by a bus, school bus.
Wow.
Because he's not doing it wrong.
Uh-oh.
So that's another story. Never mind.
Okay.
So would you, if you're out in Grass Lake and you see this guy doing this again, would you call the cops at that time and say, hey, this is a risk. This guy's doing it repeatedly and has already caused accidents?
Well, the school bus driver called him once, and they talked to him. He still does it. He's riding at me. I stop in the lane, and I don't get over.
Whoa.
And he gives me the finger and rides in the ditch or stops. So.
Do you give him the finger back?
No.
Good for you. We don't need any more road rage in this world.
Yeah.
Chris in Garden City, you're 97 won the ticket.
Listen, I'm glad you guys brought this up. If you're riding a bicycle, get the hell out of the street, period. No matter riding with, against traffic, just get out of the street, okay? We don't take a scooter on the freeway, okay? I mean, what? You got to use your brain, people. Get a car or get out of the damn road. That's how it should be. That should be the law.
So you don't like bike lanes either, huh?
No, they should have a bicycle. That's why it's called bicycle. It's not. What is it? It should be called a street sickle. If it was it's not. Get out of the street, please. And your spandex is blinding me. I can't even see around your spandex and your little outfit. Lance Armstrong created this whole wave of guys.
Oh, great line, Chris. Appreciate it. It's time for news. It is Heather.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. A Royal Caribbean passenger somehow survived falling overboard from the 10th deck. This is pretty incredible. This unnamed 42-year-old passenger plunged into the water. This was on Sunday evening, right around 5:40 p.m. And cruise ship crew members launched a small rescue boat. They were able to find her, thankfully, in the vast ocean, and they brought her on board, got her to safety. She was unharmed. She didn't require any medical attention. I'd love to know the backstory.
Yeah.
How did this happen? Because every time somebody goes overboard on a cruise, I'm always perplexed. It's, to me, you have to try.
Actively do that. Yes.
You're trying to go overboard.
Yeah.
In my mind, I've never been on a cruise, so I don't know these things. But a lot of the passengers who were on the ship really expected the worst. There's video of this woman. They thought for sure she was a goner. And when the rescue boat got her back, everybody on board started cheering and clapping and obviously very excited that there was a happy outcome for sure. Chrissy Teigen and John Legend surprised their fans by announcing the birth of their fourth baby. She posted a pretty lengthy post on Instagram, and she announced that their son, Ren Alexander Stevens, was born on Monday via a surrogate because, as you might know, just 5 months ago, they did welcome a little baby girl. And she explained in her post that after they lost their son, Jack, she was never sure if she was actually going to be able to have another child on her own. So they instantly started looking into surrogacy because they knew they wanted more children. And so they kind of started that process. At the same time, they decided, you know what, let's try one more time and see if I can carry a pregnancy full term. And lo and behold, she did. And then they also had this little baby as well. So now their family is complete. So you guys probably remember this 19-year-old that was attacked by a Warren police officer when he was being booked into jail. Yeah. Well, now he has decided to sue the department and also the officers involved, and he is suing for $50 million. Yes, it happened just not very long ago, a couple weeks ago when this took place. He was punched in the face, knocked to the ground. He also says that he was held to the ground and then dragged into a jail cell by his hair. Of course, the entire incident is caught on video. We do know that that officer has already been fired from the Warren Police Department, and that officer is facing charges. An air quality alert remains in effect for Southeast Michigan today due to that lingering haze from the Canadian wildfires. So it is advised that those with certain health conditions avoid being outdoors. They say the haze from the air can cause breathing issues. It can irritate your nose and your throat. And the impacts are worse for those people who have maybe existing heart and lung conditions. And the air quality index, it fluctuates, right? It doesn't stay at the same point throughout the entire day. It's going to fluctuate, but they do say that the Detroit area, the air quality there has remained in the top 5 worst in the past 24 hours. So our air quality is not great. But there is going to be some relief coming up very soon. The smoke should start to clear this evening and be totally clear by this weekend.
So the smoke show will be over.
The smoke show will be over here. Yes, but it will continue in other places. Yes.
Martha Stewart's causing the Canadian fire.
She sure is, yes. AAA released some projections on holiday traffic patterns if you are about to hit the road. Tomorrow, Friday, is expected to be the busiest day on the roads, while Sunday and Monday, they say, shouldn't be any busier than a normal traffic day. So AAA does say that Friday, especially between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m., so basically all day, is going to be the busiest day. And they also say roads may be jammed Saturday at 1 p.m., midday on Tuesday, the 4th of July, and then late Wednesday afternoon. Overall, an estimated 50.7 million Americans are expected to travel 50 miles or more this weekend. So be safe out there. And of course, as you're about to hear, you cannot hold your cell phone in your hand at all. It can't even be in your hand. The new law goes into effect tomorrow. And you can hear more from Mike Shaw.
That's right. Thank you very much, Heather.
Yep.
We will hear from Mike Shaw coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
all of them and skanky all night. Put me gal and wine out till me make she excite. Everybody move them body, red, green and the light. Now business with no trouble, just a dance and a sing. Move your body, jump in and the hero so we swing. Songs about the passion, songs about bell ring. Open this cookie, we'll rock it till the morning. What we do? Believe you me, girl, pressure me, Tanya. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me. I shake me head. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Come, come, follow me. I when me get tired, respond me, girl, it's true or not. No matter hip hop, but hard, they want mercy. I wanna do.
Off to a good start in Toledo.
Oh, yes, indeed. Go Mud Hens. We used to call the Tigers when they were real. I mean, they're not a good team right now. We know. We hope they'll get better. We love the fact that some of the young players are looking good. The minor leagues prospects look promising, hopefully. Yep. But when they were really bad, like in 2003 and around that time, I used to call them the Tigers were the Mud Hens Major League affiliate, basically.
Yeah. Not far off.
No, it was. They were not good back then. They
not great now.
Set all sorts of records. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. In the NHL draft last night, we mentioned that the Detroit Red Wings selected Nate Danielson, a center who played for the Brandon Wheat Kings. Mm-hmm. One of the great names in minor league sports.
The Wheat Kings?
The Wheat Kings. They used to play in a league with, I don't know if they're still in existence, where Bobby Clark played the Flin Flon Bombers.
The Flin Flon?
Flin Flon.
Flin
Flon, Manitoba,
mm-hmm.
among other great teams out there. And there used to be a team, I don't know if they're still there, the Edmonton Oil Kings, before, obviously there's the Edmonton Oilers now, but the junior team. Anyway, on the second pick, they took a defenseman from Sweden whose first name is Axel, like Axel Foley from Beverly Hills Cop,
mm-hmm.
and Axel Rose.
Yes, Axel Rose, yes. All the good Axels, yes.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of good names. I think Nate is just a great name. I don't know why.
Well, because it rhymes with great.
No, that has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Nate the Great?
Nate the Great. And, one of the great basketball players, two of the Hall of Fame basketball players off the top of my head. I think they're both in Hall of Fame. Nate Thurmond was a big center for the Warriors. And Tiny, Nate Archibald. I know you heard of Tiny Archibald.
Oh, yeah.
The Tigers, the great Nate Cornejo, Nate Robertson.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a good name.
Yeah, sure.
Nate Burleson.
Yeah.
Nate Sudfeld.
There's lots of Nates around. Yes.
Did you ever consider naming Teddy Nate?
No. No, it didn't even come in.
He doesn't think it's as great.
No, not quite as great. There was a Nate from my childhood that not a big fan of. He was a big Buckeye fan.
Oh, okay.
And so, Nate has never been associated with, until I had a teammate, Nate Miller.
Mm-hmm.
We called him the Milk Truck from Imlay City.
Right.
Same recruiting class, number 60 at the University of Michigan. Good friend now in D.C.,
mm-hmm.
In the political realm. But, until I met him, Nate was, I'd never met a Nate that I liked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now I've obviously have some friendly Nates.
You've met Nate Burleson, right? Obviously.
Yeah, Nate's a great dude.
Yes, he is. He absolutely. And what a great career.
It's fun to watch him continue to reinvent himself.
Mm-hmm. He's been really, really good. By the way, one of the great Broadway characters of all time, if you remember.
Probably don't.
Your Broadway, you probably don't.
No.
Guys and Dolls. You familiar with the show Guys and Dolls?
I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
Well, the main character is a guy named Nathan Detroit.
Oh.
While it's good old reliable Nathan Detroit. Anyway, enough Broadway tunes for one day. Congratulations to David Lagorian.
Nates for one day, yes.
He won Kid Rock tickets because he heard Colt Keith's first AAA home run in his first at bat. Yes, you too can get tickets to see Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena July 15th. Go to livenation.com. Getting back to the NHL draft for a second, the Montreal Canadiens had the 5th pick in the draft, and they had one of their all-time legends announce the selection. And that, of course, would be Carey Price, the great goaltender. He is much better as a goaltender than as a guy selecting or announcing who his team is picking.
Uh-oh.
We planned it that way. David
He apologized then on Twitter.
Yes.
And
Every
Reinbacher.
David in the draft was thinking, hey, it's me.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to look to see were there any other Davids in the first round. I don't see any. How embarrassing. It's not that hard of a name either.
No,
It's
but
just a brain fart, really. I mean, it's happened to everybody.
I don't
but
know why they wouldn't write it on a card.
Agreed.
Have it in
Have
your
it right
pocket
there.
if you get stuck.
Was there
boom.
a podium?
No.
Yes. Well,
No, there was no podium.
Not podium per se, but they all stood there. And
Right, but so there's
But he
nothing
could
to
have
stand
just held,
behind.
like, a
Well,
logo
there was a
card.
stand. There was a microphone. There was a
A
microphone.
microphone,
stand.
yeah, but there's not a podium. It was just a microphone.
Because if there was a podium, there's no excuse because you could just have it
right, you could have
right
it
there.
wherever you want.
Yes. All right, Gator is here. Carson Anderson coming up next, and it is Thursday. And now Gator is going to try to go back to back because on Tuesday he got them all right.
Pressure's on.
Were you guys talking about? So we're drafting Dave.
Yes, yeah.
And every Dave goes, is that me?
So then he's like, that was the guy's name?
It was unbelievable.
Anyway, yes.
I guess Pecorani, I didn't see that one. He had a little problem with the Nashville selection too.
I think there was a little issue with all that. So, I'm going for 2 in a row. Let's go.
All right,
Let's
2
go.
Grand Slam for Thursday. The
not gonna
clock will begin when I start. Here we go. Who was selected first overall in the NHL draft last night?
Connor Bedard.
Heather saw this band Tuesday night at Pine Knob.
Dirks Bentley. I have no idea.
Stoney saw, that would be me, this musician last night at Meadowbrook.
Just in case you didn't know.
Right. Elvis Costello.
He currently leads Major League Baseball in home runs.
Otani.
Super Bowl 58 is being held in this city next February.
San Francisco.
Who is the governor of Florida?
DeSantis.
What is the nickname of the University of Mississippi?
Rebels.
What is the state capital of Mississippi?
Jackson.
Lions cornerback Cameron Sutton played for this team last season.
Pittsburgh.
The 4th of July is on this day of the week next week.
Tuesday.
You got
eight.
You got
Yeah.
8.
Good job.
Dave Matthews Band was Tuesday that Heather saw.
I mean, I posted photos. Don't you follow me?
I do.
Come on.
I'm not a fan of Dave Matthews, so it probably.
Oh, bummer.
And Super Bowl 58 will be held in Las Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
Oh. Whatever.
Yes. So what
I
time?
feel worse about the Heather thing because.
Oh God, I don't care.
No, I mean no. You just.
But I do.
Don't you follow me?
Yes.
Yes, I
Pay
often
attention.
like pictures of you and your child,
And
and
the
I get no
dogs.
credit for that with people.
No Olivers last night for the Red Wings, and he didn't play Oliver's Army either. Elvis Costello didn't. So
No, he did not,
It was an
yeah.
Oliver-free Michigan deal. So you guys will be talking. So what time during your show is we're going to get the trade? Hopefully.
I don't. I mean, the draft starts at 11.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what trades are going to take place. if
Everybody
trades are gonna
seems to
take place.
think today is going to be very active.
Well, it because yesterday was not
Right.
which I was stunned by. I mean, the NHL usually is chock full of trades in the first
I know.
round. You hear it all the time, and it's also the whole pomp and circumstance of the draft is kind of funny. I'm sure Jim and I will get into it a little bit. I mean,
They bring 10 people
everybody
up to this.
getting up there. It's like what? And everybody's got some kid up there wearing a jersey and handing out the hat.
I like
and-
the the floor thing that you actually
I
did.
think
in
it's
Yeah,
the
but the
cool.
war room is
But
all
you-
right there.
Yeah, but you don't
as if
need-
that's as if they're actually making decisions there, and decisions haven't already been. You know, like the GM, they're all like looking at the GM. Nobody can say
Right.
a word about it.
It's like
'cause-
Eiserman had press availability last week, and I think it was, of course, Art Regner, I believe, asked Eiserman, do you ever, go up there and all of a sudden change your mind?
No, it's not Matt Millen.
Yes, exactly.
yeah.
So what else you got going besides the NHL draft?
I think we're counting down the seconds to a debut.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're all counting down seconds to a debut.
Mm.
It's, I mean, just you can't start any better than what he did.
Oh, I know.
And then you see what we saw last night. You're like, all right,
Yeah.
enough.
Well, the
Just
fact,
bring him up.
I mean, come on, Maton in his debut, 2 for
I know.
4.
Yeah, look at that.
I mean,
That's exactly what we're talking
all
about.
right, Carson Anderson, Jim Costa in for Doug. Have a great day, everybody. 97 won the ticket.
Gator, you referenced the pomp and circumstance of last night, the NHL draft.
It's just so funny. It really is. I get a kick out of it every year. And there were a couple things, they're noticeable.
Like Carey Price not knowing the name of the player the Montreal Canadiens were going to draft?
Well, that was fantastic. Dave.
Is there a Dave in the building?
Dave, nobody's helping him out. And the guys behind him, instead of helping him out, they're just laughing. I'm like, somebody want to give him the name?
I let out an audible, oh no.
Right.
Oh no, this guy, because we've been there, you space out, and everybody's waiting to hear what you're going to say.
And they're like, is he going to throw up? He might throw up. We might have a situation where we have a reversal live on TV because the guy got so nervous and he couldn't say a name of a player, which was funny. There's that. The fact that they get, literally, there's 10 guys that walk up together up on stage. They're all sitting at these big tables on the floor of the arena. Each team has their own table, if you didn't watch last night or if you don't know. So each team, they have the team logo and a big placard on the table. Everyone gets around the table, and they just kind of hang out there until their team is up ready to make a pick. And then everybody from the table gets up, not just the GM, not just the president of operations or whatever. I mean, everybody at the table. So the Red Wings get up there. There's Eiserman. There's Chris Draper. Newsy's out there.
I'm surprised George wasn't up there.
There were a lot of people there, which was just kind of interesting to see who goes there. But then they it's kind of awkward because sometimes the GM goes up there, makes the pick, or the president will go up there and say something, and then he'll introduce somebody else to make the pick. Well, and I'm like, just make the damn pick, and then everybody does the same thing.
Yep.
The Detroit Red Wings organization would like to thank the Vegas Golden Knights, congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights for winning the Stanley Cup. Everybody boos because it wasn't their team. I want to thank Dave Poyle and congratulate him on a tremendous career. Great GM. Learned a lot from Dave. Everybody has their own Dave Poyle story, and it's great. You know, the whole thing started off, and they were honoring Dave Poyle, and he's the former GM of the Predators.
And it's in Nashville,
Yeah, and it was, and then he gets this awesome Gibson guitar that they said, I'm like, that thing is beautiful. It was just going to like, I think it's a custom shop. That's an expensive looking guitar, and and just nice night for that. But everybody, you don't have, just go make the pick.
Every single person. Yes, it gets old very quickly.
It used to be worse.
I know.
Honestly, I mean, if you've watched it,
Years.
it's like it used to be they'd go up there and have this whole 2-minute preamble every team. Like, you don't have to literally just go up there. You can say thanks Nashville for being great hosts, and with the 14th pick in selection in the NHL draft, the Seattle Kraken select blank. You know. But it was just funny. And I had one other quick observation that it's I don't know if it says anything, okay? But being somebody that was taught manners growing up, and I've always said please and thank you and look people in the eye when you shake their hand and stuff like that, I found it amazing how many players, when they were drafted, I don't know if you noticed this, but once they got announced they were drafted and they get done hugging and kissing their family members and their friends and everybody comes down, high fives and stuff like that, they take off the jacket, right? They got to take off the jacket. And then there's the girl, the blonde girl that gets the jacket. She takes it and she'll put it in the back, presumably write a name on it or whatever. I only saw one player thank her. Swear to God. Everybody would get it's just a little thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there were more than that, but out of the I paid attention to like 18 of them. Yeah. It seemed like only one of them thanked her. And I believe it was the Red Wings pick at 17, Palika. So it was just fascinating to me how guys would take the jacket off, just kind of discard it, almost discard it to the side. In some cases, she was there actually helping to get the jacket off of the player.
Yeah.
And nobody looked back and said, oh, thank you very much. Or, oh, thanks. None of them. I was like, what is going on?
Kids these days. Gator, you mentioned one of the picks the Wings made. If people have like deep thoughts on the center or the defenseman they took, I mean, I would love to hear them. But the thing that stood out to me wasn't either pick that the Red Wings made. I think both made sense, right? A right-handed shot, two-way center, right-handed shot, offensive defenseman to replace Philip Hronek. That was the pick they gave up. The thing that stood out to me was what Steve Eiserman said on the air to ESPN after their first pick at 9, because so much of the speculation on our station, this show, within the Red Wing fan base is Eiserman going to go for it a little bit? And this is what he said. And I want to play it for people, and we'll get into it. This is Eiserman. Okay. With the caveat that he could be playing coy and playing possum and pulling something off today at 11 when the rest of the draft begins. With that caveat being out there, I hope that's the case. Because if what he said is the truth, Gator, I have a hard time with that. And I'm a big Steve Eiserman guy. I like a lot of the moves he's made. But if you're in your 5th offseason and you're not ready to go for it, have you done your job? Remove the name Eiserman. If his last name was Hinkie and you were 5 off seasons in and you were telling your fan base, we got to accumulate assets, we're not ready to go for it, I would say then you haven't done your job over the course of the first 4+ years if you're not ready to go for it. You can't blame the old regime. You've cleared out all the bad contracts. You've had 4 different drafts where players have debuted in the NHL. You have a massive cap advantage. You have a war chest of draft picks amassed not just for this year, but the year after and the year after. If not now, when?
I understand, and that's the frustration of a Red Wing fan, and we got spoiled having 25 straight years of playoff hockey or whatever the number was, and it was a fantastic run. And we didn't expect that we were going to be out of the playoff picture for maybe close to 10 years.
7 and counting.
Yeah. That we want things quicker. We saw what happened before the trade deadline this year. The Red Wings are right there. Even for half a minute, they had that last wild card spot. And then the Ottawa series happened, and we know what happened after that, and trading Bertuzzi and other players. And, okay, they're not going to go for it this year. Okay, fair enough. What about the next season? Well, they've got money to spend in free agency. So when he's talking last night, keep this in mind. At the NHL draft, and I think he's just really focused on the draft, the 2 players they just got, don't expect to have Danielson making the roster this year.
I don't.
Don't expect that Pellikka is going to make the roster this year. These guys are both probably at least 2 seasons away.
But that's him setting the tone for the organization.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that this is what happens, okay? And then you go, he's made a few first-round picks already with his team for the number of years he's been here, right? Mm-hmm. So Sider's made it. Raymond's made it. These guys are regular players. They're both good. Sider's great. Mm-hmm. Then you see that Kosa has yet to make it, but he's 21. He's a goaltender. It takes a while. I'm fine with that. Veleno was, a later first-round pick. Maybe wasn't the most talented draft. Whatever. Doesn't bother me. He's actually playing, so there's that. But Casper is the one that I'm really curious about. And if he doesn't make the roster this year, which I'd be surprised by because, he only played 1 game, and he looked fantastic in the 1 game. I was really impressed with him. But if he doesn't make the roster, I'll be surprised. So I'm counting on him to make the roster, and that's another step forward because it should be an upgrade over a player that they already have. I'm not going to take his comments too seriously last night just yet. I'm going to wait and judge those comments based on what happens in the entire offseason. Because I think it's unfair right now. There have been rumors swirling. They're on DeBrincat or other players. They need to make some trades and improve this team, or find something in free agency that makes sense that should improve this team over what we saw last year. They need to make a move over last year for sure.
Gator, they're not at a point to do that. The GM just told you last night they're not at a point to do that.
See,
now, just lie to me. Tell me he's not serious. He's playing the game. Tell me he's going to do something today when the draft begins. Please, because I don't get that, Gator. How is he going to tell you, me, and this fan base we're not at a point where we can go for it? What are you waiting for? What more needs to fall into place? How long is a rebuild supposed to be a rebuild before you're Sam Hinkie and not Steve Eiserman?
Well, the thing, when Kenny Holland said 10 years, he wasn't joking, okay? And sometimes you're going to be in this abyss, and they had to completely break it down and build it back up. and he's building it back up.
But you can't keep using the excuse of what he inherited 4 or 5 years
I don't think he's using
in.
it. He's not using any excuses. Am I using it as an excuse or am I using it as logic? It's not an excuse
It's
if
been
it makes
5
sense.
years.
So? It's been 5 years, and what have they done? What have they haven't, been able to get that big free agent that they need because it was the wrong time. Now I would say it's the right time.
Not according to Steve Eiserman.
Well, hang on. Is free agent class this year good?
Lousy.
Okay. So how are you supposed to improve
You're
the team
supposed to pull
outside
off a
of
trade
trading?
with all
Okay.
your picks.
So let's see what he does.
I hope so.
Let's see if there are other trades that are made. I'm saying give it the offseason, see what happens here.
I just want to know how Red Wing fans interpreted that. And we will have some Ottawa intel, the latest on DeBrincat at 10:30. But when you hear Steve Eiserman say, we're not at a point where we feel like we can start to go for it. We're in the asset collecting phase still. Do you feel like, remove the name, 5 years in, any GM should be saying, we're in the asset collecting phase? Have you done your job if you're collecting assets 5 years in and you're not ready to go for it? It's 97.1. Maybe by the time Sider's grandkids have made their way to the league.
Oh,
that's Steve Eiserman. Gator, he might just be lying and playing the game, and that's what I want you to tell me. That's what I want. Lie to me. Tell me Eiserman's not serious. None of that was the truth. He's posturing. He knows there's a move he can make today or later this summer. Tell me he doesn't believe the words he just said where they are not ready to go for it.
I think he was truthful in that last night, as the team stands last night, the team's not ready. And he was talking, I mean, literally had just made a draft pick, and knowing that that draft pick is not going to contribute one bit this year to this team, that's why he can say something like that. Let it marinate. Let's see what happens on day 2 of the draft because of movement, not because of who they're going to draft. Although who they draft and what happens with them may determine. There's a move coming down the pike. There's plenty of time here for this offseason to take place. Trades are starting to swirl around in the NHL. They did a couple days ago, and we know that the Red Wings are involved with a couple of players, and DeBrincat being the big name player that's out there that's a former 40-goal scorer. But, yeah, I really believe they're going to improve this team in the offseason, and I think they can improve it enough to make the playoffs. I think when Steve Eiserman speaks, when he thinks about making a playoff, he thinks about contending, not just making the playoffs. But I think he's talking about old Red Wing teams that made deep runs, and this team is far away from that. They don't have the team yet. They're still collecting the players necessary to compete for a Stanley Cup run. Competing for a Stanley Cup run and competing for that wild card spot are two totally different things.
True. And I think there's still a chance he lands DeBrincat. Again, if DeBrincat wants to be here, the Wings are the only team with...
Seems like he wants to be here.
And the Wings have the space. They have 3 consecutive second-round picks. Can they bundle 2 of them? Can they get stuff going? Now, we'll get to the latest from Ottawa at 10:30 because their GM spoke last night. Article in the Ottawa Sun. They're being pretty stubborn, too. He could still pull something off for DeBrincat. But, Gator, my concern is if he's honest, if he really feels that way, if he's going to keep slow playing this, if he doesn't feel like they're ready to make a move, isn't that an indictment on the job a general manager has done if 5 off seasons in, they aren't in a position to trade for DeBrincat or in a position to trade for insert player that maybe Gator would prefer? I know you're not a DeBrincat guy.
Well, I don't mind DeBrincat. I just don't like the numbers that are being bandied about. People saying, oh, you give him, $8-9 million for 8 years. Hell no.
And I think Eiserman...
I think he's in the hell no company too, yeah.
So then he's going to negotiate from a standpoint of I'm not going to be reckless, I'm not going to overpay, and I respect that. But if he doesn't make any move at all because he believes the clip you just heard from the draft night, I would be concerned.
Well, hold him to it if that happens in the offseason and there's no movement, which I find hard to believe because every offseason Eiserman's been here, there's been some movement. Be careful of what it is. It's almost like Brad Holmes and the moves that the Lions have made with free agency when it comes to that. The majority of those moves have been one-year deals. Some of the Eiserman moves have been one-year deals or very short-term deals. Let's see what the moves are this offseason. Is he going to get somebody that's going to be given a contract, as soon as they bring him in, we're going to sign to a 5-year extension or something like that. And that's the thought with DeBrincat is that you're going to have to give him an extension. And, of course, you would because you don't want – Red Wings aren't in a position to take rental players.
No.
You want to move forward and take guys that are going to be part of your core for years to come. And yeah, I think there's a plan in place to see how competitive, to see this team being ultra competitive for Stanley Cups within a 5-year period.
I want him to build the right way too. And I look at DeBrincat as a 25, 26-year-old finisher who can score a ton of goals. And for a team that wants to be a good defensive hockey team, I can respect it. But you also need some guys who put the puck in the net. If you add DeBrincat to this team, you have oodles of cap space. So I know the price tag might scare you, but for a guy
But I'm not doing it just to do it.
No, I'm not either. But if you could get him without giving up premium assets, you do it.
You're going to have, but that's a lot of ifs. So if you do have to give up premium assets, do you do it?
How about this? Would you give up next year's Boston pick? Because I would.
I probably would.
Okay.
I probably would.
And I think Ottawa would be silly not to take it, given the situation they're at.
When the GM of Ottawa said a few days ago that he doesn't think that DeBrincat's going to go for a first-round pick this year, everybody's like, oh, maybe we can give him for a second pick. No, what it means is that maybe a first-round pick next year. And the Wings have 2 first-round picks next year. So I have no idea what the prospect looks like next year. when it comes to the draft?
Sure.
Is it? I mean, this was supposed to be a premium crop of players in this year's draft. Is it the same thing next year where you'd want to hang on to both picks? I don't know.
Gator, I have no issue if he came in saying, we like this draft a lot. We're going to use both our first-round picks. Ottawa has no leverage. We're going to give him a hard time and push him to the brink, knowing we're the only place he wants to play, and we're going to get our guy. If he believes that, great. If he believes what he said on the microphone, that's not good.
So you expect him to actually say that?
No. But that's why I'm asking.
Well, you can't read his mind.
I'm asking if what he said is true, how would you feel?
I mean, I kind of feel that this is a position they're in right now. And that if they could, I wish that this was a better free agent crop. I really do. Because they do have the cap space to go out and sign some players. But because there's no free agents that are really worth it, you have to start thinking about the trade route and find somebody's player that they're willing to move. And those aren't easy to come by, but there happens to be one for sure. There's a couple other guys out there whose names have been bandied about. We'll see if they can pounce on that. And again, the draft is the draft. 3 straight second-round picks in the early part of the second round. You've got 2 first-round picks to look at for next year's draft as well. They've got some assets to move. They also have some prospects that other teams covet, defensive prospects. Mm-hmm. They've got some players on their team that maybe other teams would look at and say, well, you know what? We'd like a Michael Rasmussen. Or we'll take a shot at Zadina, whatever the case is. Or maybe somebody says, hey, would you part with Lucas Raymond? And then you're like, well, you know what? For the right player, we would. And the offseason is a long offseason. I know you want hard answers now. But you're not going to get them.
Gator, I want to get to people. The biggest thing I'm just trying to hit home is actions will speak louder than the words. But the words last night are not the words that I want to see put into action the rest of this offseason. Where are Red Wing fans at? Let's go to Sean. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? Hey, I agree with Gator. There's no way I'm giving that guy 8 years and $8.5 million to score 27 goals. Not happening. But what he's really saying is we are way more than 1 or 2 players away. The core has to be built. And you have a perfect example in Edmonton. You have the greatest hockey player I've ever seen in my life and one of the greatest lines I've ever seen in my life, and they can't get it done. And if that doesn't tell you what kind of team you need complete depth, a solid core, and you need real skilled hockey players at all positions.
Steve, how long do you think Sean, how long do you think it's going to take Steve to do it?
We'll be. I still think he'll get us in the playoffs this coming year. But to actually compete to win a cup, you're talking another 3 years.
Yeah, and what is it that you're looking for, Jim? Are you looking for to make the playoffs, or are you looking for to contend for the cup?
Well, ideally, you make the playoffs
Okay,
first,
so you're just talking about making the playoffs.
And then competing for the Stanley Cup. I agree with the ethos of we're not building just to get in and get bounced in the first round. But the reason I bring it up is the quotes last night sound like, oh, we're still collecting assets. We're still trying to get picks and rebuild. He said we're in the rebuilding phase.
But don't you think that's...
Sean, how many drafts before you get a core? Is it 10? Is it 20? Is it 50? How long do you get to sell people a bridge to nowhere?
You're
Sean,
drafting guys in some cases are taking 4 years to develop.
He's got 4 drafts, all of which have produced a guy who's debuted in the NHL. Does he need 5, 6, or 7 of them before he has a core? Because you're sounding like Sam Hinkie in the process where you're building a bridge to nowhere. And we don't bring that up because he's Eiserman, and I love him, and you love him, and he's beloved. But what he said is terrifying. The idea that they're not close, they can't take a shot, that after 4 drafts and 5 off seasons now, they're not in a position. He said that. I'm not making that up. That's what your general manager said last night. Let's go to Sean. Another Sean. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Gator, I feel free, buddy. I mean, I'm an optimist around these things. I really am. And I hear it in your voice. But I really just think that Eiserman, and I'm not like some student of Eiserman, but anytime I've listened to him, my impression is, like the comment that, well, is he really going to give you his plan, on TV? No, he's not. But he's also not a real misleader either. Like, I don't think Eiserman's going to say something that isn't true either. I mean, there's no evidence he ever does that, right? So, and what he said last night was pretty definitive. I mean, he said point blank, like, we're not there. We're not going to go acquire someone like that. That's what he said.
Well, but understand what not there means. I guess to me, when he says that we're not there yet, we're still collecting assets, to me that means We're not there yet to compete for a Stanley Cup. In which I agree wholeheartedly. Of course you're not there yet. You don't have the players yet.
But you need to make moves to get there.
But let them have a chance to make some moves.
No, that's not what he said, though, Gator. He said, we are not there to go acquire some big name right now to get us over the top. That's what he said, point blank, right? So,
well, who's the big name? If you think, because if Alex DeBrincat is your big name, then I don't know what to tell you. That's not a big name to me, and I think this is the problem. I'm not arguing with you either, Sean. I'm just saying, I think that when you look at this free agent class, it's tough. It's not a good free agent class, and that's how you acquire the big name, is going free agent. Unless they decide to go, and would it make sense for them to get Erik Karlsson and go for a player that's $11 million a year that's at the end of his career? No.
248-539-9797. Where are they at, and where are you at with the rebuild? It's 97.1. It's his 5th offseason. They're not ready to go for it, and they are in the rebuilding phase. That is Steve Eiserman last night at the NHL Draft. 248-539-9797. I love Steve Eiserman.
Sounds like it.
Gator, people
Sounds like
notice.
a big fan.
If people have listened to me for years, I love what he did in Tampa, and I believe he's going to get it done in Detroit. But moments like last night make me question, like, is he building a bridge to nowhere? How much patience do you give a guy before it wears thin? If he's not ready to go for it with a war chest of draft picks, more cap space than anybody in the league, a young core that he himself has drafted, bad contracts from the previous guy that are long gone, does he need another couple years? Like, Gator, when does he go for it?
Here's what I think he's doing. I think he is definitely bringing a group of players. They're drafting a group of players. They're going to be the core of this team. When you talk about finding that player, that big-time player, getting that big asset, Stars have to align for that to happen, okay? You're upset that it hasn't happened in the last 4 years or 5 years?
No, I didn't expect it in year
I'm just
1,
saying,
2, or
okay,
3.
Fair enough. And then, I mean, when does it start to make sense? Now it starts to make sense. Okay, you've had these drafts under your belt. You've accrued some talent, and you're building a core. Now is this year or next year, it seems like this makes sense that you go find that extra player that puts you in good standing. But the Stars have to align where those good players become available. Okay, sometimes you push the envelope, and that's all going to happen behind the scenes. No one's going to come out front and say, "Oh yeah, I've been talking with Toronto about Mitch Marner," right?
Sure.
Or Austin Matthews.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear it. You're not going to hear the captain come out and say that, or any GM come out and say, "We're shooting for the Stars here. We're going to see if Edmonton's ready to unload Connor McDavid because they just can't get things done over there." Or Draisaitl sure would look good in the winged wheel, right? The Stars have to align at the right time, whether those players hit free agency or if there's some sort of shakeup in the organization, they want to change things up, like what the Mets are talking about right now. Mm-hmm. And that may very well happen this offseason because we've already seen major cracks in the foundation in Toronto. Now, I don't want Toronto's light stuff. If I want somebody from Toronto, it's going to be the aforementioned Matthews, Marner, those types of players.
Nylander, yeah.
Yeah, are they looking at moving those guys? Is Edmonton, are they fed up? Is Ken Holland going to go, hey, I gotta make him a trade? And, he's got a ton of talent over there, and the Red Wings could benefit from that because the Red Wings have a bunch of cap space. And maybe this is what they're doing. They're waiting for the right time to strike for those Stars to align where now we can get that player that's not available in free agency, but we can get that player available in trade, and we still have the assets to do it. But it has to show, the light has to be shown at some point, and it's not there yet.
I agree. Whether it's Toronto, Winnipeg, Calgary, teams that are headed towards some kind of reboot, rebuild, reset, can you pluck off some pieces, preferably high-value ones? DeBrincat's been the biggest name. Let me just give people the intel from last night. The Senators GM spoke with the media in Nashville, and he said, he confirmed some things. DeBrincat doesn't want to sign long-term in Ottawa. He has never formally requested a trade, but said free agency only comes once for him. They've talked to multiple teams. It's not a secret. He said, we're not going to trade him for pennies on the dollar, kind of implying that no one gave them a great offer. He also confirmed that they did not let anybody talk to DeBrincat's agent because none of the offers were serious enough for them to get to that point. They're cool with running him back next season. Now, the risk there is you could lose him for nothing or you trade him at the deadline for what you can get. I think Eiserman knows the leverage, knows the situation, knows DeBrincat wants to be a Red Wing, knows the Red Wings are one of few teams that have salary space, and I think Eiserman's negotiated difficult, right? He's been a tough negotiator, whether it was the Larkin deal, whether it's his tenure with Tampa. He drives very hard bargains. I think he's doing that with Ottawa. He's got 3 picks today in the second round, back to back to back. He's got a bonus first next year. They have the assets. If it's not DeBrincat, okay, but it should be somebody else. And the words he said last night make me think that he doesn't feel like they're in a position to trade for Nylander, Marner. They're not in a position to trade for Kyle Connor. They're not in a position to trade for insert player who becomes available because, in his words, they're still a rebuilder. So they can't justify going out and pursuing those guys.
If you want my answer, do I think that he's lying to? If those players become available, then I think he's lying.
But they're in the rebuilding stage. They can't justify that.
Oh, my God. I don't know why you're being difficult today.
Well, I'm
you
just
asked
frustrated.
the question, first of all, Tell me he's lying. Okay, that's what you want me to tell you, that he's lying. Okay,
Thank you.
If Mitch Marner is available, okay, if Toronto is going to be moving him, or Austin Matthews, or any of these other high-name players, really good, better than $9 million a year players, okay, let's say that, better than Larkin players.
Mm-hmm.
If those players are available, do I think the Red Wings would be interested in Steve Eiserman would start to cook? Yes. And I think he's lying to you with what he said yesterday. If
Does
those
he think they're
players
further
become
along
available.
is he further along than he let on yesterday?
I think so.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Wow.
John, you're next up. John, it's been kind of a
Eiserman
morning.
is doing the right thing. Ken Holland said it takes 10 years to build a team with the salary cap. These 18-year-old picks are going to develop. We can't win the Stanley Cup next year. I want to be in the lottery next year. And Steve Eiserman knows the talent that's going to develop. There's 32 teams, and the talent is thin.
How long do you give Steve Eiserman before you question someone whose last name is Eiserman?
Well, he has lost these lotteries badly, so he's had some bad luck.
John,
I'm a lottery guy. I want a.
If he never wins the lottery, will you ever hold him accountable?
Well, I think he knows enough talent that it will develop.
Okay.
But you've got
so how long?
Your best. How long?
Yeah.
8 years.
Oof.
So he gets 3 more. But that's to contend for a Stanley Cup, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
If it's slow, I trust Eiserman pretty much.
8 years.
Yeah, but so you're talking 3 years from now. If they're contending for a Stanley Cup in 3 years, that's about right.
Mission accomplished.
Right?
Well, winning the cup is mission accomplished. But progress, yes. Yeah. That's what we want to see.
I mean, I expect this team to be contending for a playoff spot this upcoming season. I do. Because I think they're going to sign somebody that's going to make sense or trade for somebody that makes sense. And I think another year of experience with these players gives them that opportunity to be a better team. So again, it's about opportunity presenting itself to get the player that's better than Larkin, is what I keep saying.
Ticket texters, Gator, if it wasn't Eiserman, you'd be going crazy. He's no different than any other GM. 5 years in to be making comments like that, it's ridiculous. That's from Jeff.
All right, Hotshot.
Another one says, relax cookies. Did you write this, Gator? Relax cookies. You've been giving me some looks. It says, relax cookies. Eiserman has only been here 4 years. It's his 5th draft, but only 4 years. He did the same in Tampa. Maybe Ottawa and the Leafs are just being difficult and asking too much. Another one says, sign the captain to a lifetime contract. He's done a tremendous job. We'll make the playoffs in the next 3 to 5 years. I don't know if that person's sarcastic or if that person is serious.
Make the playoffs or be contenders. Those are two big differences.
This person calls you an apologist, says ever the apologist.
That's right.
Another ticket text coming in 248-539-9797. Eiserman will get more time than any other GM, and he knows it. It's the same as Harbaugh at Michigan. It's from John. Another one says Eiserman's right. They haven't shown it on the ice, that they're ready to go for it. They have to make the playoffs at least twice. Get in better as an 8th seed if you want to go for it. It's disappointing. It's a bummer, but it's where they are. 248-539-9797. What do you think of Steve Eiserman's comments? I mean, if you want to break down the players he took, I don't know that many people have a ton of eyeballs on Swedish defensemen before they even get to the States. But the picks made sense. That's the deal with Eiserman. The picks made sense. Right shot defenseman, right shot center. It's the bigger picture that I think we're all waiting to see how it unfolds. And his comments last night may inform how it goes. It's 97.1.
So if you're looking for a nice gift to bring to a party or some sort of event, and you're tired of doing something that your wife says or something that your friends would just do something special. Go out and get a bottle of bourbon for your friends and make it Flying Ace Spirits. It's something you probably haven't had yet. Flying Ace is a small batch, American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know it's good. Artfully crafted for the brave of heart. What it is, it's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's a versatile spirit. You can have it any way you want. You want to toast your friends, do some shots thanks to a big win, or perhaps somebody's wedding or engagement. Maybe somebody's going to have a baby. It's great for that. You want it as an everyday sipper? You betcha. Pour it over some ice, change the flavor profile a little bit. It's going to be great. And if you want to mix it with ginger ale or cola, no one should look at it with some side eye, because at $30 a bottle, Flying Ace Spirits is not going to bust your budget. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. You can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
$11:00. The NHL draft will resume. Eiserman's got 3 consecutive second-round picks. Will trade winds blow our way? We will keep an eye on it. Could be a much different conversation in the next hour. And Gator, at 11:00, I want to get your reaction to golfers being called out by Good Morning Football. Sarah Walsh went on, I guess you'd call it a rant.
Okay.
Against what men tell their wives and girlfriends when they go golfing. We'll play that in the 11:00 hour. You have not heard this audio.
I have not.
Some people listening have not heard this audio. We will get into it in the 11:00 hour. We open with Eiserman and the Red Wings. And not, deep diving into the players they took last night, although you and Doug did talk about some preferences They didn't get your guys last night, Gator, but I think they made sense, right? Danielson, a two-way center, right shot. They didn't have enough of them, and he's a guy who Connor Bedard said was the hardest matchup, the toughest matchup he went up against.
And I read that this morning, and that made me feel better about the pick. Made me feel a lot better about the pick. And apparently, I think it was Chris Draper that said that. He's like, kind of help put him over the top, and that's why we one of the reasons we chose him. And it's a sensible pick. It seems like it's a safe pick, a sensible pick. I think it would have been interesting if who's the guy that went right before to Philly, or to Washington?
Leonard.
I think if Leonard were there, that probably would have been the pick.
Did you consider what if the Russian fell 2 more spots?
No, what I considered was trading up to get the Russian,
which they didn't do.
That's what I wanted to happen.
Well, but that's the question: is the overall aggressiveness that, to be very fair, they could still exhibit today, tomorrow, later this summer.
They could, and this is why.
But Eiserman has not indicated that they will be doing that.
No, I know, and that bothers me a little bit. But the fact that he's got a track record of making the right selections and being a good general manager is what has me going, okay. I wasn't thrilled with what I saw with the 9th pick, because when you're seeing that Michkov had not been drafted yet, and now it's at 7, and I'm thinking, what's the price to move up from 9 to 7? I mean, honestly, what's the price? A second and a third round pick?
Get it done.
A second round pick and one of your assets, or one of your prospects? Get it done and make it happen. And I understand that maybe Michkov doesn't even come here until 2026. I don't know. I imagine there's some backroom deals you can make with the KHL. You pay him some cash, and he's here in 2 years or whatever. That was the one that bothered me a little bit. And then Leonard's there, and they don't make a move to move up there. They stay pat. They like this guy. There's reasons that they like the guy. Fair enough. And then with Sandin Pellikka, watching him play, the highlights you saw, you understand why. He's an incredible a very gifted offensive defenseman. It's something they don't have. He does look like Roenick out there.
Yeah.
He's younger, so maybe there's some things there. And he was also making some hits that I didn't expect to see from somebody who's labeled as an offensive defenseman. Not that he's Nick Cronwall, but this is somebody that I can see being on the fast track and being on this team, not this year, not next year, but maybe the year after that. So maybe 2 years, and maybe makes his debut as a 20-year-old. I don't have a problem with Swedish defensemen.
Nope.
I think the Red Wings organization knows how to identify those guys, and I'm okay with that.
The player they showed that he looks up to, I don't think he's going to be this guy, but he looks up to Cale Makar. I don't think you're Cale Makar, but offensive-minded defenseman, people have said, could he be a Letang or Klingberg?
Letang was a name that I heard he was compared to.
And the first guy they took, Danielson, the comps are, he said himself, Nick Suzuki and Dylan Cousins, those names might not mean something to casual hockey fans, but they're like two-line centers, defensive.
Good, solid players.
Who can also score. Yeah, solid players.
What I would have, like I said, would have preferred that they trade up and get the Russian, because that seems like it's fun to go for somebody who everybody was saying the second best player in the draft.
Yep.
The reason he slips is because of signability, because he's already got a 3-year contract with the KHL, and that's tough. But the other one I really liked was Perreault.
And he fell.
He fell a lot, and I wonder why he fell. There's got to be something going on behind there
Him
that
and Cam
explains
Whitmore
why
got
he
to figure
fell.
this stuff.
Now maybe it's just because he's slight in build.
Yeah.
But the numbers he put up were outstanding, and I don't care what league you're playing in. Well, I do care a little bit, but when you're in the developmental team and you score 53 goals in a season,
jumps out,
and then you add on like another 79 assists, I'm interested. I'm very interested, and he just kept falling and falling and falling. Doug's guy was Oliver Moore, and I understand why.
Yeah.
When he's already talked about as being elite speed like Connor McDavid speed. Okay, certainly not the finisher, but can finish to a degree. There's some room to improve, obviously, but that kind of speed, when you start hearing word like elite being thrown around, it's going to perk up your ears, and you're going to think about, okay, well, what is he elite? Oh, skating. That's interesting. Okay, all right. But then the first thing that goes in my mind is Athanasiou, and there's no defense, and he's out of the league.
The guy I liked was Dvorsky, who went to the next pick 10th to St. Louis. I'm not going to sit here and make it into an international incident. My bigger issue is just the tenor and the tone of Eiserman's comments.
So, but what's interesting is that Eiserman does what Eiserman's going to do, and
He
you
should.
can't predict it. Nobody predicts what you. The only thing I suppose you could probably predict is that he's going to go for a European player at some
Got
point,
one. Check mark. Yep.
likely Swedish, and move from there. But we'll see how these guys pan out in a few years.
Nolan, Nolan, you're on 97.1, buddy. What's up?
Hey, you guys are kind of living in a fantasy world here. I feel like thinking the rebuild is over or should be over after 4 years. I don't think you guys realize how bare the cupboards were after Ken Holland and Tyler Wright left. They drafted Svechnikov, Rasmussen, and Cholowski 3 years in a row.
We just did this off air right before we came back. So Nolan,
which was a point that I made. I'm like, you're exactly right. The thing that really sucks about this rebuild is that the picks that Ken Holland made right before didn't help them out at all. Although Rasmussen, I think, still has some upside, but he's, it's not like Rasmussen's a top 2-line player.
I think they missed Rasmussen when they played those 2 games in Ottawa when the season kind of went south. And that's not to say Rasmussen's an elite piece of this team, but you're right. They didn't get enough of those guys at the end of Ken Holland's tenure. On top of the lousy contracts, the no-move clauses, the no-trade clauses, Ken Holland had conservatively a 3-year, maybe even 5-year span where he lost every trade he made, botched every draft pick he made, and strapped the team with awful contracts. I'm well aware of how bad Ken Holland was at the end. Rather than fight his entire legacy, I think we all know at the end it was bad. Eiserman got grace several seasons to clean up the mess, make the draft picks, build the war chest, find a young core, and I think he's done all those things. I'm complimenting the work he's done. I wish he felt as confidently in the foundation as I do, because he doesn't seem confident enough to take the next step. And I don't know how many years we're going to be allowed to use what he inherited. Kind of feels like a college football coach, like 4 or 5 years in, everybody there is your recruits, your players. You've had a chance to reset the deck. I don't really want to hear about the Ken Holland era anymore. It's the Eiserman era, and it's
the Eiserman era for sure.
Season.
But to contend for Stanley Cup, I'm not expecting that right now. And I think that
how about just to make a big move?
Well, what's a big move? Getting into the playoffs?
No. Adding a proven commodity this offseason.
It'll happen.
And the best way to do it is via trade, given the crop.
It'll happen.
Please. I hope you're right. We'll get to whatever happens with the Wings in the second round and this rant on golfers. If you're a golfer, keep your significant other away from the radio. It's coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. 2 first-rounders last night, but the Red Wings not done by a long shot. They have 8 more draft picks as of right now, and 3 of them are in the second round back-to-back-to-back. Trades are possible, but the draft clock will be restarting in moments with the remainder of the 7 rounds. After taking Danielson and Pellica, Director of Amateur Scouting Chris Draper says they're ready to continue adding onto their talent pool. He's been speaking with Steve Eiserman quite a bit, and they know exactly what they want for the Red Wings roster. Also underway this morning is the Rocket Mortgage Classic at Detroit Golf Club. Tony Finau defending his trophy from last year, kind of treading water right now. Made another bogey at number 12. He has even par for the tournament, but a couple of other big names are up near the top. Colin Morikawa at 6 under par is a co-leader with Sam Ryder, and Ricky Fowler is 1 shot back through 12 holes. It'll be Justin Thomas teeing off just after 1 o'clock, and it'll be a matinee finale for the Tigers down in Arlington. They'll try to split their 4-game set with the Rangers if they can grab another victory, but have given up 18 runs the past couple of nights. Reese Olson gets the start. He's coming off his most successful outing, over 5 innings of 1-run ball and 9 strikeouts against the Twins. It'll be a 2:05 first pitch today with Dan Dickerson's call set right here on The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
The video's gone viral. Kang, you heard it on your drive in from the morning show, and you said she's spot on.
I think she's spot on. And I think those that are butthurt, no truth hurts.
So, Gator, you golf.
I do.
Plenty of listeners.
Going to play Saturday?
I'll spend a Saturday and a Sunday golf, right?
That's a lot of golfing, and sounds like a great little way to spend the weekend.
Sarah Walsh, Good Morning Football. She took aim at the men, I'm assuming in her life, both coworkers and personal life, who spend quite a bit of time on the golf course. This is 3 parts. The first clip is just talking about her husband golfing.
All right, first, I think it's funny to begin with. All right, I'm not lying. It's funny.
Yeah.
There's some things that are right. She's spot on. No round of golf of 18 holes takes 3.5 hours unless nobody's on the course and you're playing by yourself or in a twosome and there's nobody in front of you or behind you. All right, round of golf is going to take 4.5 hours. Typically, it takes 4.5 hours. Something I take exception to is that I think there becomes an age where you no longer grab lunch after the round of golf. Guys are happy enough grabbing a hot dog at the turn, bag of chips, and then when the golf is done, that you're done because you're ready to go home. You got other things you want to do, and maybe the wife or girlfriend's at home and like, look, we had plans, whatever it is. You're not sticking around afterwards to have the lunch. So I'm enjoying this, though. And then one more thing.
Yes.
When we go to the range ahead of time, it's so we can have a good round of golf. It's not because we think we're going to make the tour. Nobody has.
Does it actually lead to a good round of golf, though?
Yeah, I certainly feel better after I've loosened up, without question. But you don't need to spend an hour at the range. I'll tell you that. I think if you get hit 25, 30 balls before you head out there, that's fine. And you know what that takes? 15 minutes.
Well, because Kang and I were talking about this, the idea of like it's such a time commitment. Kang, you were saying you got two kids. You can't just disappear for 8 hours on a Saturday.
There's absolutely no way. Now, if you're a single man like Gator, yeah, I mean, enjoy your life. Do as you please, right? Go play 36 for all that matters. You have no one to answer to. For those that have the wife and the kids and someone, I guess, to answer to, yeah, you can't just typically you have 2 days, right, where you're not working, Saturday and Sunday, and you got to spend it with the time doing stuff with the kids, the family, or working around the house, whatever it is. To be like, I'm going to bounce for 5 hours, you take care of the kids, it's just not going to happen. And so I think her mistake, though, first of all, I do think she's spot on. But if she's believing her husband or boyfriend, whoever, is only going to be gone 3.5 hours, that's your first mistake.
That's on her.
That's on her.
Yeah.
But but other than that, I think it was spot on. Yeah, like that, you're not going to see him. You're going to see him for 5 hours, and you're going to have to deal with everything else on your own.
Well, and she went on.
Yeah.
She talked about the fact that guys, when they go on the golf course, they're annoyed when they get a phone call from home.
Yeah, this part I don't like so much. If you're going to call in the middle of a round of golf to ask for, say, hey, what's our Hulu password? Yeah, I don't know. It should be saved. Don't bother me with inane, stupid stuff. If you're going to call me because there's a real issue, absolutely, and that's when you call. Don't call for stupid stuff. Don't call to ask where the TV remote is.
I would agree with that. Like, most things you can just text. Absolutely. What's the password? Where's the remote? Whatever. But if my wife does call me, I'm assuming it's something like kind of important. Like, hey, I do. Think. Yeah, like I got to take this call.
It should be, right?
Otherwise, just text me. But the part about, you're not getting better, guys. Every hack out there just golfs because they like to golf or hang out with the guys. They want to get better. But they're really not getting that much better. And if they do, they end up regressing anyways. And it goes back to square one. I see it all with all my friends. And, I actually want to golf, Gator.
You only get better if you play more.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's the truth.
Tell her that.
It's the truth.
And most people don't get better, though. That's the thing she's saying.
That's not true at all. Everybody gets better, but they don't improve to the point where they're a scratch golfer. That's a little much. But are you improving during the course of the year where you start off the year and you're at 102, and then by midseason you're shooting in the low 90s, and by the end of the year you've got a couple rounds that are in the 80s?
How many times are you golfing to get to that point?
Honestly, not many. 10 times during the course of a year you can see a change like that.
Yeah, but hold on. If you're shooting a 90, what does that mean? I'm very rarely getting to par. I'm probably shooting double bogeys.
Here we go with the par talk. If it's just talk about improving your game.
Okay.
All right. Don't worry about what it is
but it exists.
In relation to the pros.
No, I know. But when a course puts out par and I'm going to spend 8 hours every weekend for 6 months and I'm going to be woefully below par, I'm not going to call it average. I'm going to wonder, where's the time going? If you want to be social with your buddies, there's a million outlets. If you want to be competitive, there's a million outlets. You're not a good golfer and all you do is spend all day on the golf course. I don't.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't, because you'd say something as stupid as what you just said. All right? There's improvement that takes place, and that's what you want to do, because golf is a perfect game because you can't perfect it. You can try to attain perfection. It'll never happen. But what you can do is get better and get better at aspects of your game. It's a lot of fun. There's no question about it. It's a competitive game, and if you play it, you'll love it. If you don't know, and you'll make fun of it, and so be it.
How many guys do you think can golf 10 to 12 times in the summer?
I think plenty of guys
I think there's
can.
a bunch that do.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually that much to play if you're playing on a weekend, once a weekend.
Yeah, that means you're leaving her 10 to 12 times in the summer and the kids.
Okay, stop for a second. Not everybody has the kid.
Well, I'm talking about the ones with the kids.
Stop, don't, because I do have responsibilities that don't involve children. So I don't like to be out of the house for longer than 6 hours, okay? Because there are issues and I have to start arranging for things. Mm-hmm. But not every married couple has little kids. In your situation, I get it. And if she's got little kids and she's stuck with the little kids for that part, then there's a problem there, and you have to work out. There's got to be a compromise in there. Maybe she doesn't have a spa day, or you spend 4 hours at the salon getting the hair done every 3 weeks, okay? There's give and take with every kind of relationship. It depends on where you're at. If you're a house that doesn't have children, or if you're a house that has children, how old are they? Can they handle themselves without you being around and hovering around them the whole time? There's lots of different factors that go into it. Some I would agree with, and some I strongly disagree with.
Obviously, people golf. There's a lot of golfers. It's not like it's my point is that you are leaving things behind, and whether it's agreeable or not, a lot of times it's there's a guilt factor as well. Even if we all know the trick, the game, the play. Yeah, go ahead. When really you can't go ahead or to do whatever you want to do, right? Because it's like a test that you're gonna fail if you say, Jim, you're married.
Yeah.
I'm sure your wife has said something to you where like, yeah, go ahead. And you're like, no, she doesn't want to.
You got to read between the
lines.
lines.
Of course,
exactly.
100%. But does your wife get up in the morning on like a Saturday at 10 o'clock and say, hey, I'm going to go out shopping. I'll see you later. And you're like, good. Okay, have fun. Does that happen?
No, I mean, she does the Amazon thing. She's a shop from home person.
Yeah.
But I get your
millennials.
point. But I get
Here
your
we
point. Just being honest. But I get your point. Like, women will go do things for long stretches of the day,
you know who has no problem with that? Guys.
Yeah, for the most part. She's not done, by the way. There's one more clip from Sarah Walsh. We'll bring it home strong. This is her final word on the golfing deal.
She sounds like a miserable person.
Oh, she sounds like fun. That was fun.
She's no Kay Adams, I'll say that.
Wait till you hear Kay Adams rant on this.
No, Kay Adams can rant all she wants. No, come on. I mean, if your comparison is that you're never going to make the tour, that's the dumbest thing you can say. You know why guys go out and golf? Because it's fun. Because guys want to get out and get away from the everyday life things that stress you out. And maybe some of that happens at home, and they get out of it. And yes, it's like a 6-hour thing from the time they leave and the time they come back. But when they come back, generally speaking, guys happier because he just played some golf.
What's your reaction? Spot on. Did you have a strong reaction? 248-539-9797. Later in the hour, Tiger lineup is out. Gator had something that he wanted to zoom in on. And there was a perfect game last night in baseball, and I have a question for Tiger fans involving it. It's coming up this hour. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, homeownership is so much fun. If it's not one thing, it's another. That's why you need to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial this summer. The AC goes out, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Clogged drains, busted pipe, water filtration, boiler, or anything to do with getting the water in or out of your home? You guessed it. Call the great folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. See? Homeownership is fun. Well, if you have the right team on your side. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal to make the introduction even sweeter? They offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance as well as financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So go ahead and visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. I just wanted to say another thing about that last cut that we played from
Sarah Walsh. Good morning
from
football.
Miss Walsh.
She struck a nerve on the ticket text.
Yeah, the whole Amazon thing and about the getting the gear or whatever, the stuff. I don't know too many people that buy that stuff, but there are some guys out there. There's a small percentage of the golfer community out there that will go all in and getting all the new gadgets and stuff, right? Okay. I imagine that pales in comparison to the amount of Amazon purchases that your wife or significant other is using online. Okay. How many times does the Amazon truck stop by your house? And how many of those stops have to do with you, the fella? Okay, if you want to do a percentage.
Yeah, I was actually trying to think of percentage. And clarify, things that are not for both of you.
Right.
Specific to just you.
Right, like
10%?
Okay, exactly, right? So you get all these, and how many times does the Amazon truck come to your house a week?
Me specifically or
no,
the general public? Multiple times.
I'm talking to your household.
Yeah, I mean, a couple times a week.
A couple times a week that happens.
I need some new phone chargers. I think they arrived today. It's always something.
Yeah, phone chargers, right? But there's the impulse buying that goes on, all right? Because I've seen this up close in person. The women folk are scrolling on their phones the whole time looking at Amazon crap that they don't really need. It's impulse buying. You get those organization modules, or maybe you want, why not have 15 different pairs of readers that I can get? They're all different colors and sizes, and it looks great. Or you get those multicolored pencils or markers that return you to your youth. Oh, I had these when I was 10. I had such a good time. And all that doesn't even include the Amazon return. How about the Amazon return? How much of that crap that comes to your house has to go back to Amazon? How much of it? What percentage?
Yeah.
Would you, conservatively, 30% of the crap that comes to your house has to go right back?
I'd say 25.
That's unbelievable. And how much time is you, Jim? How much time do you have to spend returning that crap?
I've been there.
That you didn't, it wasn't, I didn't order it. I just want you to return it.
And yep, been there.
All right? So before we start throwing those stones, remember where those stones came from.
Yeah, a lot of ticket
You
textures.
both got them. There's life and marriage and relationships. It's all full of compromise. So stop keeping score, women, because the guys will keep score too. When you start keeping score, it's going downhill.
Ticket textures have pointed out, I can't imagine why her husband wants to spend 8 hours in the golf course. I thought it was funny. I thought it was spot on. There are guys who get very obsessed with golf and they're not very good at it.
There are some people that are like that, yes.
The ticket texts are definitely unkind to her.
Yeah, we can't read some of them. Let's go to Bob. Bob, you're on 97.1. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? First of all, I'd like to say I think she's super irrational and clearly not happy at home. Secondly, I think my wife is a unicorn. We do have a unique situation where we are married and we don't have any kids, but I golf every Thursday in Golf League, and I golf at least 2 rounds during the weekend. Wow. She will actually call me, 4 hours into the round and say, hey, do you need a ride, or are you playing 18 more? And, there's those instances during the week where she's like, hey, after work, do you want to play 9 with me? Absolutely, I want to play 9 with you. So, like I said, but she does have her own hobby. She has a horse. She goes horseback riding on the weekends, so that does kind of make up for that, I guess. So,
well, you said that she's a unicorn, and I think she might very well be a unicorn. And that's great. That's great for you, Bob.
It is great for me. I agree.
I think but he did mention, and he's, it's easier to be that unicorn when you don't have kids. When you factor everything into it, that's the hard part. Like, if you're single, of course, you do what you want.
Did she mention children at all? In her rant,
I don't believe so.
I don't think she mentioned children at all.
I think she did. No.
She didn't mention them.
No, but in the caller situation, if you don't have, when me and my wife were just married with no kids, I was doing happy hour any day of the week. She was doing happy hour any day. We didn't care. Kids changed the entire equation of our relationship.
But I don't think you can even bring it up because she didn't bring it up.
Well, I think I don't know Sarah Walsh's. You might want to look up her bio.
I don't know her.
My point is, she didn't bring it up in her rant. If she wanted to, she could have, and it would have been totally justified. And then I would be like, 100%, you're right.
She does have 2 kids, twins.
All right, so she has kids.
But she didn't bring it up.
Right. Let's go to
But
Scott.
I'm sure she's just saying because of the kids
Then
as
say
well.
it.
Well, we took 3 minutes of her whole entire. You want to listen to the whole thing? I don't think you do.
How long is the whole thing, by the way?
I don't think anyone wants to listen to the whole thing.
Scott,
I think it adds perspective. If she's going to talk and complain that, hey, I'm stuck at home with the kids for 6 hours, I could use some help here because I've got 2 of them and there's one of me, and they're the terrible twins. I get it 100%. And if you're in a situation where you've got the young children, you have to be cognizant of that, and you have to, think about the compromise.
Scott, you're on Carson Anderson. What's going on?
Hi, good morning, guys. I think that what her take is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, as an avid golfer that is married, I do have 2 kids. There's no question that when my kids were a little bit younger, right, then they needed more care. They need to be watched after. Like, my golfing amount of time went down. But now my kids are older, and I don't mean completely old. I have a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old, and they're fine. They don't need help. They don't need looked after. I mean, I play 40 times a year.
Let me ask you this, Scott. Scott, do you belong to a club?
I do not belong to a club, but I am very lucky to have. I belong to many clubs. I belong to other people's.
Gotcha. So your friends you get to go to the golf. I got you. Okay.
Exactly. So I play most of my golf at Oakland University, and I always like to get there. Both of them are great. I like to get there a little bit early, hit some putts, warm up a little bit. I mean, I'm not trying to be on tour, but I'm an avid golfer. We love it.
You love to golf.
All the guys that I play with are married. They all have kids as well.
Has she ever complained? Did she ever complain about you because you'd come home 6 hours after you left the house?
No, because she knows. Because I mean, I used to play a lot, before we had kids, right? And she knew that I was an avid golfer. What she will complain about is that I've been, that I'll go play golf and not get something done around the house, or like, oh God, you're going to play golf again this weekend. Well, when's this going to get done? But then, but I still, eventually I get that stuff done. But there's, I'm going to play golf, and she's known that, and she's grown up with that. I mean, we've been together for almost 25 years. So, it's
you guys are on the same page.
Understand.
Well, the key is you got to be on the same page.
Absurd. I mean, it's absurd that she thinks that a golf round is going to be that short, and the fact that she's like you said, she sounds like a miserable person.
Well,
I mean, it's 6 hours to me is, out of taking it out of my week is not. I don't think
Scott,
that's that crazy.
So we played it a little earlier. Her point about how long it takes was the fact that the guys have the audacity in her mind to say it's only going to be 3.5 hours when they all know it's going to be twice that and probably longer after they factor in, you get some food afterwards at the clubhouse. That was her point. She knows how long it takes, but she thinks it's hilarious, or hilarious is the wrong word, but takes issue with the fact that guys are, it's only going to be 3 hours. I'll be home in 3 hours. Tee off at noon, be home by 3:30.
That's not happening.
Buddy.
9 holes had to happen.
I think she was.
And maybe that's the compromise in life for people that have the issues. If you've got the little kids in the house and you still want to golf, is that you don't golf 18 because that's going to take too much time, but can you golf 9?
A lot of people saying, is this like the opposite of Gators rant during football season? Because people are drawing some comparisons.
I'm sure it's similar.
But I think the fact that people are taking it so personally kind of proves her point. She's just busting chops. Like, I don't think people are making this.
It doesn't sound like she's busting chops.
I think she's busting chops. It's like a scripted little, like.
Well, it was definitely scripted. But.
Yeah, you could tell she's reading it, but she's like kind of throwing zingers, and I think it was busting chops. But the fact that people have taken it so personally, people are very defensive over their golf.
The difference with busting chops is just having fun with the situation. I think she's genuinely pissed.
You think so?
That her husband's out for this long a time, and it's for golf.
Maybe it's a little bit
of
both.
And then she's twisting the knife and making it worse by making a comparison PGA Tour and all that stuff. No guy's doing that.
You're not Rory McIlroy.
No kidding. And you know what?
Do you think she's yelled at some point?
I was going to say something I'm not going to say. I said it earlier. You're not Kay Adams, so.
248-539-9797. We'll get some of the ticket text. Some of you guys on hold. We want to hear from you, your reaction to what Sarah Walsh had to say about golfers and the way that they act and conduct themselves. Tiger lineup is out. I believe the Red Wings graphics, logos are on the screen. Are they doing stuff?
I think they made a trade.
Oh, boy. We'll give people the details.
With Nashville, I think.
That's not the team I wanted them to make a trade with. We'll give you the latest on the draft as well. It's 97.1. Got to cram for the test. Who are these people? The Red Wings making picks in the second round. Day 2 of the NHL draft. It's Karsch and Anderson. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsch today. He'll be back tomorrow. I do want to get into the big picture at noon, what Eiserman said last night, and the fact that they're using these picks on young players. But Gator, the breakdown on this, the Red Wings had 3 consecutive picks. They were going to pick 41, 42, and 43. They made the first 2. Trey Augustine, a goalie from the U.S. National Development Program. Then Andrew Gibson, a defenseman from Canada, 6'3", 202, from Sault Ste. Marie. And then they traded back just a couple slots, picked up a 5th, and took Brady Cleveland, defenseman from the U.S. National Development Program. Cleveland, a 6'5", 210-pound defenseman. What do you know about him? Great hockey sense, heavy hands. They like to play the right way. I don't know. I'm not going to. Like that, like even the guys they took last night. I mean, I do some research before the draft like you guys do, and you try to have an idea of the type of things that sound good.
Right.
But we all know players drafted yesterday and today are several years away.
There's not much to know. I mean, Brady Cleveland, you mentioned the size. That's pretty good size. He's 6'5". He's 18 years old. But he's going to play at Wisconsin this upcoming season. You look at statistically, you're not going to be impressed because the defensemen, they don't put up great stats to begin with. And it looks like based on his stats, I would say he's a defensive defenseman with lack of scoring. He's not a scorer. But I just know he's got size. That's it.
They're just accumulating assets.
He was by EliteProspects.com. He was ranked 120. So a lot of these rankings, the highest ranking I see, he was ranked number 64 by NHL Central Scouting. So
Okay.
that's a.
Am I wrong to hope that they would have used two of those picks to try to get DeBrincat?
Wow, you are really. I mean, let it play out. See what happens if they get DeBrincat or not. If they don't, then you, if after Jim, I mean, it's okay. Okay, let it. Let's see what happens here. See where DeBrincat's going to be. If he doesn't go to the Red Wings, then you can ask those questions. But right now, who knows? Maybe these picks were made to get DeBrincat
with Ottawa in mind. Okay. I just think I think it's fair. You might think it's jumping the gun. I think it's fair to say question after your GM says we are in the asset accumulation and we aren't ready to go for it, and then uses 5 picks in the top 50, that he means it. That we take him at his word. That DeBrincat was available, but no one made any firm offers. And maybe they get him at the deadline or in free agency next year. But Eiserman is not aggressively trying to add Alex DeBrincat or any other player based on his comments last night. And we'll play those again for people at noon.
Well, then why do people keep reporting that the Red Wings it's imminent? They've got a handshake deal, this and that.
So you believe they're getting him?
No, I don't believe they're getting him, but I believe they're interested. And I believe that there could be roadblocks in place, like Ottawa really doesn't want to trade within the division, or Ottawa doesn't like what the Red Wings are offering, and the Red Wings don't want to offer too much because they know that they, in addition to giving up assets, that they're going to have to sign to a contract that they don't feel comfortable doing so.
Ken, did you say we have another trade? Red Wing trade? We'll have to get the details on it. You said they traded with Edmonton?
The Edmonton Oilers, go ahead and check out the Edmonton Oilers Twitter account. They have just made a trade with the Detroit Red Wings.
Is it Connor McDavid? No.
It is Connor. No, it is not Connor McDavid.
Here's your
Gator's
trade.
but he's been trying to will that, and I actually hope.
So this is the move.
I am trying to will that.
It's a pretty minor move. Sorry to temper expectations. They're getting Yamamoto from Edmonton, winger, and another winger forward, Kostin, in exchange for future considerations. Yamamoto put up a bunch of decent numbers playing with Draisaitl and McDavid. He'd cycle in sometimes on one of the top 2 lines. He'd play an occasional second power play. They're getting Kailer Yamamoto and Klim Kostin for future considerations. There's your latest Red Wing trade.
Well, there you go. Little fella, 5'8", 153 is Yamamoto.
We got DeBrincat at home, is what Eiserman just said.
25 points in 58 games this past season. 41 points in 81 games the season before, including 20 goals. That doesn't really move the needle too much. It's a minor move.
Minor move.
No, this is the beginning, guys.
The domino effect. It's on. Get the stock bells ringing.
Yes.
They're going to make some deals today.
Stanley Cup.
Only 24. Responsible player. In the 58 games, was plus 12. There you go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Look at Eiserman picking up the phone, wheeling and dealing today.
He had you fooled, Costa.
Guys, when do I issue the formal apology?
He had you fooled.
He was just telling me this deal was imminent. All right.
Well, don't forget Klim Kostin.
Tell me about him.
6'3", 215-pound center they got. He's also 24. Had 21 points in 57 games this year with Edmonton, was plus 12. and had 9 points in 40 games last year with St. Louis, was -3. There's a theme here when I bring up the plus-minus points because they want the guys that are the Eiserman players are two-way players.
Mm-hmm.
You have to play defense if you want to play with the Red Wings. So whether you like that or not, I think I get a little tired of it at times because I want them to go out and get that, 40-goal scorer, that 50-goal scorer would be amazing. And these guys are not those guys. They're just guys at the end of the roster that are probably in place because they're letting other guys go, right? They've got their own free agents that they're probably not going to re-sign, whether it's Pius Suter or Chason. These are the guys that replace those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And are they improvements or not? Maybe not. We'll see.
Listen, I'm not going to scoff if there are improvements even on the margins. This team needs more than one player, but I think the focus has been on, at least from the fan base, looking at some of the big names and dreaming big. 248-539-9797. Tom, you've been hanging out. You've been waiting. We were talking about golf earlier, playing the rant from Good Morning Football. What's your reaction?
I think she sounds crazy. I am a father of 4. I have a 12-year-old and all the way down to a 5-year-old. I golf once a week. I'm in a league. I do it on Mondays. I'm gone 4.5 hours. My wife, she had an issue with it at the beginning. She's like, "Oh, do you got to do the league again this year?" And I'm like, "Listen, this is my free time to get out of the house, get away from everybody." And, it's like, as long as I don't get too drunk, she doesn't care.
That's your rule? As long as you don't get too drunk?
As long as I don't get too drunk, she doesn't care. Go have fun.
You just got to have your arrangement.
I'm not spending a lot of money on it. It's the league's the most expensive part. I'm not going out and getting the latest clubs or gear or anything like that. But, she spends her money on her stuff, and I spend some money on golf.
Well, that's the deal. Compromise. You guys have your arrangement. You have your agreement. It's a hobby. You enjoy it. You go have a good time. You still looking to see if they're going to do something? Looking at the screen over there?
I'm just taking a look up at the screen, yes.
248-539-9797. Okay, we'll play the Eiserman audio at noon, what he said last night, reset the deck on where we are in this process of rebuilding.
Got Angry Costa today.
Gator.
I think we got Angry Costa and Angry Gator to be listening from this side of the glass.
They a little both. It's Angry Thursday. Who knew?
Gator, the year before Eiserman came to Detroit, he made that announcement that he was leaving Tampa, and I immediately got excited, connecting the dots that he would be the GM. And he took over, and he's had to clean up Holland's mess, and he's cleared the cap, and he's added the draft picks, and he's primed the pump with all these prospects. And maybe it's on me for thinking the time was now. Maybe it's on me for thinking 5 off seasons in, we'd see fireworks. And that, hey, I'm just an idiot. I'm guilty. I shouldn't be angry. You tell me. But 5 years in, if it was anybody not named Eiserman, most general managers would have their feet to the fire. So am I angry? I'm more frustrated. I'm more disappointed in someone that I actually think is good at this, and I'm not sure why he's not taking the next step. And we don't have all the evidence and all the resources. We don't know what Ottawa's conversations have been like. We don't know what talks with other teams look like. But I'm starting to doubt that he's actually going to pull something off this summer. And maybe other people have no doubts. Maybe other people are steadfast in their belief. It sounds like you are in that camp. You're steadfast in the belief he's going to get the next piece. He's going to get the building blocks. There's nothing to be concerned about.
I think he's still building. I think he's going to get a building block. Do I think he's going to land, an all-star player this offseason? I don't know. I don't have confidence in that because I know they're not available in free agency. And, to give up, what do you have to give up in trade? And then thinking about signing that player to a longer-term deal if they're not signed to a contract. I don't know. I'm not as confident in that because I'm not sure how many of those players exist right now. But does a player like that exist in the next couple of years? I sure hope so because that's the type of player they need to add to this team rather than just trusting the draft process. And I think he totally understands that. He's going to try to do that too.
We'll play the Eiserman audio at noon. Tiger lineup's out. Gator, you wanted to circle something, just a thought, a note from what the Tigers are putting out there today. And last night in baseball, I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, but it was a perfect game. And I had an interesting question. If you were an Oakland A's fan, How would you have reacted in the moment? I know you were one of 6 people in the ballpark if you're an Oakland A's fan, but how would you have reacted in the moment with a perfect game going the other way? It's 97-1.
Well, my favorite place to go to is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley because they have the best food, it's a great staff, they have an awesome drink specials. If you want to watch a game with the best wings in town, there's no better place than 24. For Tiger games, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and the specials are all day, every day. Plus, they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Hey, today's a Thursday. Tomorrow's a Friday. Check them out. Plus, next Saturday on July 8th, UFC 290 takes place. 24 always carries the UFC events. You get Volkanovski taking on Rodriguez and Moreno taking on Pantoja. There's no cover charge, which is great, but you want to get there early because the place absolutely fills up. In warm weather, it's here. That rooftop deck is open, and it's great to sit outside, maybe when the air quality gets better, but that's not 24's fault. Thanks a lot, Canada. When the air quality gets better, it's awesome to sit out there on the rooftop deck and just sit back and relax. And you're going to head over for trivia on Thursday nights and go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for great contests that are going on right now. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. Every seat's great at 24. Their service is great. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Red Wings made a trade. No, not that trade. A trade with Edmonton and Ken Holland, Klim Kostin, and Kyler Yamamoto.
Klim.
Klim?
Klim is the guy's name, right?
Yes.
Great name.
Great name.
Klim.
The Wings get those two players for future considerations. What does that mean? I don't know.
Conditional draft picks.
A bag of cash. I don't know. 248-539-9797. What Eiserman said last night on the draft room floor, we'll play it at noon. Gator Tiger lineup is out. They're playing today. Day game, 2:05 first pitch against the Texas Rangers. And you thought, in regards to the lineup?
Well, there are a couple of interesting things. One, McKinstry's the only guy that was hitting last night, and he's out of the lineup. Matt Vierling will lead off. Torkelson's back in the lineup. He was given the day off yesterday. It was known before they played the game the other night where he hit the home run that he was going to get the day off. Ibanga's hitting third. Javi Baez is hitting fourth. Kerry Carpenter's hitting fifth. Now, initially I was like, why is Kerry Carpenter fifth and not higher in the lineup? But they're facing a left-handed pitcher today, which wasn't supposed to happen, but it is. So because they're going against Bradford, I think, the lefty, who actually pitched in Monday's game, probably won't last long. That would explain that. But being said, when we saw Maton hitting cleanup and Maton hitting fifth, every game almost. It just felt like it. It wasn't obviously every game, but it was most games.
Damn near every game.
And he hit a robust 160. People on the show know that I'm a big fan of Kerry Carpenter. I really like Kerry Carpenter. I think right now, he's the best player on the team because Riley Green's out.
Yeah.
And hitting fifth, I don't love that he's hitting fifth. I'd love to see more at-bats for Kerry Carpenter.
I think it's just encouraging that Hinch is playing him against a lefty to begin with, because I thought it was silly to reduce him to a platoon role.
Yeah.
Unless he shows you he can't hit left-handed pitching, and Gator in an incredibly small sample size. Let me stress, incredibly small sample size. 8 at-bats.
That's not many.
He's hitting .375 with an OPS of 1,194 against left-handed pitching.
So he's what, 3 for 8?
Yeah, he's 3 for 8.
Okay.
But the point would be, if he struggles against lefties, then platoon him.
Sure, I get it. And I can't stand the lefty-righty stuff. It's always bothered me. I mean,
Really?
if it makes, because
I like it.
Because I think managers do it just to do it rather than actually taking the deeper dive and looking into the numbers. Sometimes the right-handed batter actually hits righties just fine. You don't always have to go to the left-hander and vice versa.
I agree with that.
And it's same thing happens with the pitching. I don't care if I got a left-hander coming up here and if I got a right-hander on the mound. I shouldn't care if my righty gets the lefties out.
I'll give you a great example. Last night, Corey Seager, he's a lefty. He mashes against left-handed pitching. So I like platooning when you don't have a great roster and you're trying to build one player with two guys, essentially. But it's not an absolute, and sometimes people get caught up in the matchups that aren't actually backed by the numbers.
So, and look, I think Kerry Carpenter deserves the chance to play against lefties more because he does hit so well, and it's a small sample size, as you mentioned. He's only 3 for 8, only 8 at bats against left-handed pitching. Give him more. Expand that sample size and see if he can. But he's in the lineup today, so I can't complain too much.
No issues.
Jonathan Scope is playing third base today.
Oh, only against the lefty. It's
against lefties, sure. And you've got Zach Shorts in the lineup anyway. And he's playing shortstop in this game. Baez is the DH, interestingly enough.
That's final game of the trip on a day game. You throw one of your better fielders, give him a day off his legs, off his feet.
Baez has been disappointing as a fielder, hasn't he?
Yes and no.
He's been disappointing all around, but I mean, he can make a spectacular play and then he can throw it away with the best of them.
Yeah, short arm a throw.
Yeah, it's really aggravating. The throws to first base, I mean, there are more bad throws.
Incredibly noticeable.
It feels like, it does. Jake Rogers is catching. I mentioned Zach Shorts at short, and then Jake Marisnik is playing center field. Yeah, not a huge, again, it was the Kerry Carpenter thing that just kind of struck me. Maybe he should be higher up in the lineup, maybe move Baez down in the lineup, but if you've got the left-handed pitcher, that does make sense. And I know people are going to be upset that some people will be upset that Scope's in the lineup, but he's perked up lately.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he's hitting home runs and all that, but he's perked up enough lately. Would you rather see Scope or Nevin?
Right.
I mean,
well, I think the answer people want, we'll get into at 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, we certainly. But I mean, Mike Valenti had the great line the other day. We did the crosstalk a couple days ago, and he said, we're introducing a new stat. It's the wham. The wham. He said, yes, wins above Maton. Once they set Maton down, wins above Maton. What do the Tigers look like without
1-2.
Maton, whoever you throw in his place? And yeah, it's interesting to look. And then the next day, that night, Tyler Nevin just threw a ball inexplicably from left field to the dugout. He was trying to throw to third base, and there's nobody standing at third base. Did not look good. Booted a ball. Was it last night's game where he booted a ball at first base on a not a great throw, but it was a big hop, make the play, and he doesn't make the play, extends the inning, and he doesn't look good hitting the ball right now. It's just clamors for something else.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to do a bunch of stuff. You mentioned the Tigers and what people might be clamoring for. We're going to get to it at 1. In the noon hour, Kang was so close to winning $1 million yesterday. He's back from Vegas. We'll tell that story. You don't know this story. So close to...
Thanks for taking your vacation time and spending it here in Michigan, by the way. I know it's hard to leave home in Vegas.
I know. I'll adjust to the time. My body's used to that West Coast time,
Yeah.
and this Eastern time zone. What is this?
You're used to the dry heat. I know.
It's so humid here. Do you guys know that?
Yeah, and the air quality just sucks right now.
It's worse.
Too.
I feel like I'm driving to L.A.
Yeah.
From my hometown, Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Vegas LA trash talk. There we go. That's how you know. We're getting into some Eiserman stuff. We're not going to have time to do much of this, but there was a perfect game yesterday in baseball by the Yankee Herman, the pitcher, Domingo Herman.
Yeah.
It was done in a road ballpark. And I just, real quick, Gator, if you were a fan and a perfect game was being thrown against your team, would you get on board with it at some point because it's history only 24 ever, or would you be rooting against the guy up until the final out?
Part of me, a big part of me would say, no, I don't want that to happen. If I were an Oakland A's fan, I'd be all about it. Show me the history because they're leaving town. They're getting up and they're vacating. I'm so pissed right now at ownership for making that happen. I'm pissed at a lot of things for that happening. If I'm an A's fan, I would be rooting vociferously for the perfect game. If it happened here at Comerica Park,
absolutely not.
Not so much. I don't want to.
I agree with you.
I mean,
I think it's different in Oakland, but I think, yeah, for the Tigers, I'd say no, please no.
I guess there comes a time and maybe, okay, if it's something, if you're seeing a really good pitcher that you know of doing it, if Clayton Kershaw is doing it, being part of that history, watching Verlander do it, I playing for the Mets, it's a little bittersweet there, but I'd be okay with it. But if it's, some pitcher for the Yankees, hell no.
Well, what if he wasn't a Yankee? What was like?
But he is.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, because it seems like
if Shohei Ohtani's doing it, am I rooting for it? Yes, I'm rooting for it.
Really?
Because it's Shohei. I love Shohei, and unfortunately, we don't have ticket stubs anymore to save. But yeah, I was here.
But what if it was like Philip Umber years ago with the White Sox?
No.
A no name.
Nope.
Not your team.
Nope.
Especially not against your team. You root against it.
Bunt, get on base, whatever. Lean into it.
so.
Lean into a pitch.
Like throw an elbow out there.
Being a part of very very small part of history doesn't appeal to you at all.
There's a small appeal, but it's not enough for me to be rooting for it. No.
I do kind of agree with the big time name pitcher. Unfortunately,
that changes things.
It does change things, doesn't it? But
yeah.
It's so hard to do
because you could say
should
something.
It matter?
I think it does.
It does,
though. I mean,
it should. It does.
Like I went to the last game at Tiger Stadium that Nolan Ryan pitched. His last go around when he was with the Rangers and pitched at Tiger Stadium. I made sure I got a ticket for that, and I went by myself and sat in left field in the lower deck. And loved it because I was always a huge Nolan Ryan fan. Now, did he throw a no-hitter? Of course not. Was I rooting for it? Yep, absolutely. I wanted to be part of his history because he's great. You see a no-hitter and it's Philip Umber. I mean, how does it? Hey, did you ever see a no-hitter? Yeah, some guy for the White Sox shirt. I don't know. I can't remember what the hell his name was. It just doesn't matter.
We could take some ticket text on it. How would you have reacted if it was Domingo Herman in your ballpark? As a fan, would you have rooted for it against it? 248-539-9797. We'll get to Kang's near $1 million moment. Eiserman's quotes from last night. Bunch still coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So I just checked. Still no trade, just so you were. DeBrincat still hasn't been traded. What if he doesn't get traded? What does that tell? What is it? Yeah, what does that tell you?
I mean, it could be that Ottawa's stubborn, and we gave people some of the intel. They seem to be pretty stubborn. They think he's worth more than everybody else thinks he's worth. Yeah, I mean, Eiserman can't control that. It takes two sides to pull off that deal. My
and
point
the Wings
is,
aren't the only team that are interested.
No, they're not. My point isn't like DeBrincat or bust. Like, I think he fits. He is a mid-20s player who finishes and scores a bunch of goals. He fits the timeline. You give Larkin a real goal scorer next to him. You give DeBrincat the best center he's ever played with in Larkin. It fits the timeline. It's not a make the playoffs move. It's a build for sustained success move. So DeBrincat checks a lot of boxes. But if it's not DeBrincat, okay. Eiserman's got to do something, though, right? You got to make some swing, and not this Edmonton.
No, I get it.
That to me is a move from 2 years ago.
Yeah. I this is the draft, and I would have expected there would have been bigger moves made at this point. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted them to move up last night. I said it on the air yesterday. I'd love for them to move from 9 and get into the top 5, and I wanted the Russian. I definitely wanted, Matvei Michkov, because this was a circumstance that you knew he was going to slip a little bit, not because of talent. Had nothing to do with talent, and it has nothing to do with him. It's got everything to do with his KHL contract, that you could negotiate with a KHL to try to get out of that contract, and that's been done. So that's the guy I wanted them to go get, because he has potential superstar in his DNA. Not that it's a guarantee, but there's potential for him to be a superstar more than any other player not named Bedard in this draft. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was a missed opportunity there, and it was unfortunate. And I really wanted to move up both times and see if they could get a couple different players from the men's national team, really like Perreault. But I'll be honest, it's based on the numbers that I see. It's based on what I'm reading. It's not like I watched every U.S. national team, but I read a lot of scouting reports on all these players, and his report was pretty glowing. And a lot of people thought he was a top 10 talent, and here he was available. Certainly at 17. I don't think he went until like 20 or 22, something like that.
I don't have any issue with the guys Eiserman picked, and some of it is I get the logic, and the other bit of it is I don't know much about these guys, right? It's not like the NFL draft where we've had a chance to watch them for 2, 3, 4 seasons where I got a sense of who this guy is. I wasn't scouting Swedish defensemen, so I'm not going to pretend. Do they need a right shot defenseman in the pipeline? Yep. Someone who produces some offense? Sure. The guy they took at 9, right shot, center, plays in his own end. Bedard said it was the toughest matchup he had all year was going up against Nate Danielson. I got no issue with the picks. I got no issue with any of the picks, really, that Eiserman's made. But the idea that you're going to build this and nail every draft pick is foolish. Eventually, you're going to trade some of these picks to go get a proven commodity. And he said, now's not the time. This was Steve Eiserman last night at the draft. This is what he had to say. That was the issue I took. Now, he could be playing the game. He could be playing possum. That could be coy Steve Eiserman, who knows he's not negotiating through the media.
Oh, coy meaning fishy?
Sure. Sure, Gator. Sure. And I opened the show giving him that caveat that he may pull something off today. He might pull something off in the next week. He might use the Boston pick that he got from the Bertuzzi trade and use that to get Alex DeBrincat. He might do something. But if I take him at his word, that's terrible. You can't be a GM 5 off seasons somewhere and be like, we're not in a position to take a swing. That's an indictment on your job. It's not about what Ken Holland gave you 5 years ago. You've had enough time to turn over the roster, clear the cap, draft your guys, prime the pipeline. If you're not ready to take a swing, that is an indictment on you that you aren't further enough along to make that swing. I think they are, and I think they should make that swing. But wouldn't it be an indictment to you, Gator, if the GM, take Eiserman's name out of it, 5 off seasons in was like, yeah, dude, like we don't have enough good players to take a swing. That would be an indictment on that general manager.
Well, I don't think it's an indictment because I think it's harder. You know, there are different things. Like people will point to, well, Vegas won the Stanley Cup in 6 years. You start a franchise off, would you rather start as a expansion team or would you rather start as a team that's a bad team with bad contracts? Mm-hmm. You'd rather start as an expansion.
Start fresh.
The Red Wings were the exact opposite. They were a bad team with bad contracts, and I recognize it's going to take a little time to build up the player base that you need to have. The part I do agree with you on is that I think they did have assets if they wanted to go ahead and make a bigger splash, as I talked about with the Michkov thing. I think they could have done something there. Now, would it have improved the team for this year? No, it wouldn't have. But
it's star power.
It's star power down the road, like superstar power down the road. But we'd still be in the same position we are now, which is what we are anyway after this draft, because neither of these two kids they just drafted in the first round are going to contribute for this upcoming season. So there's two things. There's a draft and building for the future, and then there's the current state of the team. And they are different. The current state of the team, after 5 years, would I expect them to be closer to making the playoffs or being a contender? I expect them to be contending for the playoffs this year. And I do think he's kind of masking what's going to happen this offseason because there are moves to be made. There's trades to be made. There's free agents that can be signed that will improve this team over what they were this last year, improve them to the point where they're a playoff team. When I hear the comments that he's made, I think it's more about we're not in a position right now. We're still gathering the players we need to be contenders for the Stanley Cup. Now, he didn't say that part of it, but that's the way I interpret it.
That's consistent with his message. It's what he said at the deadline, and we had these conversations then, and I supported his decision to trade away players. He said, we weren't a team that could win a Stanley Cup. We had to trade away the expiring players and get the most we could. That felt like the savvy, albeit disappointing reality the Red Wings found themselves in. But they added more draft picks. And if they're just going to keep using them year over year over year, Gator, even the best GMs don't hit all these draft picks. Eventually, you want to use them as currency to put proven players on the ice to do what you talk about, not just get in the playoffs, but make consistent runs. Alex DeBrincat is a guy who can score 40 goals, who could play on a top line, who is not a one-year rental and then it's gone. You'd be doing this on the premise of him signing a long-term deal. It's not going to screw your cap situation up. Gator, they have $50 million. They're going to have 30 even when they tie all their loose ends up. Even if they pay Seider and DeBrincat, those deals wouldn't kick in this year. They'd kick in the following year, and it'd be half the cap space they have. They have so much embarrassing amounts of cap space that there really isn't a bad contract they could sign, assuming the player is productive. Yeah. And no one disputes DeBrincat's a productive hockey player.
Right, but what production is it commensurate of a contract that's going to be an 8-year, $8.5 million contract per year? I think that's where you bristle at it. I don't think you want to sign these 8-year deals now, and that may be where the trouble is and the struggle is, because maybe DeBrincat's like, I'm not selling for 6, I need 8, and Eiserman's like, we're not doing 8-year contracts, and you're not getting paid more than.
But hold on, we're not even there.
No, but I know. But
Ottawa's not letting anybody talk to DeBrincat's agent because none of the deals have been closed.
But at least that's what he said.
That's what he claims.
We have no idea what the conversations are with Ottawa, if they're heated or if they're like, no, they actually we're moving towards a solution, and frankly, there's a deal in place, but we have to let the draft play out because there's a certain player we want, and we need you to draft them, and who knows what's going to happen. A week from now, if Alex DeBrincat is not a Red Wing, okay, then we can discuss some other things here. But let this play out and see what happens first. It seems like he is going to be on the move, and you have to see who's got the upper hand. Ottawa has no leverage in this.
Oh, I know, and that's what makes this so fascinating. Again, the GM spoke last night in Nashville, and some of the interesting takeaways. He said, we're not going to trade him for pennies on the dollar. The revelation that no one has been able to talk to DeBrincat's agent, no one has received permission because they haven't found an offer that's even close, which to me means the league has collectively said, your asking price is crazy.
Right. Now, the other thing is,
we know we've got you over a barrel. He's an RFA, a 1 year left on his deal, and he doesn't want to sign just anywhere. We know you're not going to get what you want for him.
Jim, does this make sense? If you know that, let's say that if you take Ottawa's GM at his word, that they haven't gotten an offer that's worth letting you talk to the agent, okay? Today is the NHL draft. They've got 10 selections to make today. This is going to go on for several more hours, right? This is longer than a round of golf for Kathy Walsh. Not Kathy Walsh. Sarah Walsh's husband, right? This is going to take a while. They've got some other things, other fish to fry right now, rather than finalizing the deal. If they can say, okay, I think we've got some kind of agreement in place that we can make something happen. We'll revisit this tomorrow or the next day once we get through the draft. Let's get through the draft first, because the general manager has his hands full right now for the next 8 hours.
The thought was deals happen at the draft. You've had conversations ahead of time, and if you weren't going to give up a first, you had 3 seconds consecutively where you could pair 2 of them in a player and a future pick and get it done, and instead they used all the picks on their foundation. They are still in a rebuild, as Eiserman says, and they are not in a position to take the swing, as Eiserman says.
But the first round picks they have next year could be involved with that.
The
and
Bruins
again, and if you're talking about having the ability to talk to the agent about the extension, and you can't do that just yet, let the draft play out and then see what happens in the next couple of days when they have time to hash those matters out. Because right now, Eiserman's worried about taking a kid from Guelph, Kitchener, Sweden, Russia, the Czech Republic, Brantford, wherever, right?
Yes. 248-539-9797. I guess it comes down to this. Are you steadfast?
Or Grosse Pointe.
There you go. Are you steadfast in, hey, Steve knows, he's doing it the right way, no room for any questions, or are you looking at this going, where's the pressure? Doesn't he have to do something? It's 97.1. Steve Eiserman, last night on the draft floor, if he's honest, it's disappointing. If he's honest, that in his fifth offseason, they're not in a position, as he put it, in a position to go for it. They are still rebuilding and collecting assets. You tell me where you're at as a Red Wing fan. Maybe we in the media built this up to be an offseason of a splash incorrectly, but Gator, it did feel like they had done the right things for the first 4 years, and at some point you go out and make those moves.
Well, we always only look at first-round picks when it comes to the draft, typically, right? With hockey, because anybody after that, you don't know.
Long shots.
These are all 18-year-old kids, 18 and 17-year-old kids.
Yeah.
This is when you watch the draft, it's striking to see how young these guys actually look. So you look at the track record of the first-round picks that he's had, and they're making an impact. Mo Seider is one of the better defensemen in the league. Lucas Raymond, he's got a couple seasons under his belt, and he looks like a pretty good player. We saw a little bit of Simon Edvinsson, a lot of promise. I like that. I expect him to be a big contributor this year. We barely saw Marco Kasper play, but what we saw, I think we all liked. So they're hitting on the first-round picks. The other picks they get, that's where the depth in the organization comes, and that's where you have these assets that you had the Elliot Friedmans of the world. We're talking about how deep they are in defense, in particular with the prospects and that other teams that covet some of the players the Red Wings have drafted. And, this is what the draft is for. It's about building depth and having some building blocks, and looking at some of the players. The two guys they took last night in the first round, they should both be really good players in a couple of years, but you're not going to know for a couple of years because they're 18, and it's not like they're the top 5 picks, which are guys that can contribute right away. You had the triumvirate of players from the U.S. developmental team that went, and they're all going to go to Boston College, and they all feel like they're going to play at Boston College this year. And I'd be like, wait a minute, well, I expect you to be in the NHL or at least competing for that, but you're already have the mindset that you're going there. That would be a little disappointing to me, but it is what it is. It tells you it's not easy to break in as an 18-year-old. So nobody they drafted today or last night, don't expect to see him anytime soon. But to your point about making this team and getting them ready for this next step, which is making the playoffs, and I don't think you're saying you expect them to be contending for the Stanley Cup.
No.
But is there a move out there to grab a player that makes sense, that gets you into the next step, which is making the playoffs? Right. A player that isn't just a bridge player like this trade they made with Edmonton to get a couple of players. And they're fine players, and they might just be replacement guys for the ones you're going to let go, but they're not long-term solutions. Those moves can be had all over the place, and I think he's done that a lot in the last couple of years with the one-and-dones or the 2-year-and-done contract, or taking players he thinks can spin at the trade deadline for other draft picks. We've done that.
Yeah.
I'm impatient, too. I want to see the move. I want to see them acquire a player of substance that you can say, that's a 30-goal scorer. Because this team had, one 30-goal scorer on it last year, and I think the 2 others that were 20-goal scorers. That's kind of pathetic.
Yeah.
So they need to find that scoring. They just don't fall off trees here, but there are some players that are available, and, will he be proactive in trying to pursue some of those names that you don't see on the tree that you could shake loose?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of patience and when does it wear thin? And I think everyone wants it to work for Steve Eiserman here. I think there's a general belief it will work here for Steve Eiserman. Yeah. But patience does wear thin. And when you're talking about building through the draft, and it's going to be a couple more years for this next crop of guys, they have cap space. And that advantage isn't going to stay as large when the cap jumps up. I don't know if people are into this stuff, but like post-pandemic, they've left a huge amount in escrow.
Yeah.
And the cap is going to eventually go up, and everyone is going to have cap space. So Eiserman's advantage right now is going to dwindle. He has the picks right now. I suppose he can constantly restock draft picks, but it's just going to be like you're spinning the wheels.
Yeah, but here's what they have that we don't. General managers will have in the room or on a spreadsheet or whatever. They know which players are coming up for free agency every year. And maybe they look at their free agent map and they've got these players they really covet that are our next level players.
And next year is supposed to be better.
So you hang on to the money because that's when you're going to spend your money. That's when you make your offer. Hey, we'll give you a 6-year, $60 million contract to come play for the Detroit Red Wings. What do you say? and then you're like, oh, well, that made sense a couple years down the road. You don't know right now.
But the danger in that is guys get re-signed, and that's been the biggest issue. Is NHL hasn't had a ton of big free agency classes because teams have done a nice job holding their own. So it puts an emphasis on drafting and developing, but it also means when one of those guys becomes available, like a Matthew Tkachuk a year ago, you do everything you can to go get him. And DeBrincat's not Tkachuk, but DeBrincat is a top-line goal scorer.
He's a big step below it, but he's still a good player, very good player.
I think he's a very good player, not a great player. 248-539-9797. And just checking in with fans today on their level of impatience or patience with Steve Eiserman. Because, again, I stress, if you took his name away and you said it was Hinkie, who was 5 years in selling this bit to the 76er fan base, they would have got the pitchforks out and they would have escorted him out of the job. His name isn't Hinkie. His name is Eiserman. He is given more time. But are you starting to grow impatient? Are you looking around going, do we have any pitchforks? Do we have any torches? We're not there yet. No one's saying fire the guy. But the question becomes, how long do you get to rebuild a hockey team? Is it the Ken Holland 10-year thing? Is it truly 10 years before you have to become a sustained power? I'm not saying you got to win a cup, but a sustained power where you're chasing it every single year, getting out of the first round into the second round, chasing the conference finals, making appearances in the Stanley Cup. Does he get 10 years? Or is it like, hey, dude, 10 years, like what's the point? He talked a lot about windows at his press conference a week ago. Dylan Larkin is how old? In his late 20s?
27, something
right.
Like that?
You want to find players that fit the timeline around Dylan Larkin. Sure. You're going to wait till he's in his 30s before it's time to spend and find pieces?
Well, no, but that's okay. You should give it another 3 years.
I'm saying I think that'd be too long.
Yeah, I think what they'd like to do is build the team in a way that it's going to be sustained for a decade.
Right. Those are the only players I'm asking to trade for.
Yeah,
I think that's a misconception. I'm not saying trade for guys at the end of their careers.
Because And Steve Eiserman lived through it when he played with the Red Wings, right? I mean, there was a done franchise. They were the dead things, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get the Eiserman pick, things start to turn around, and then a couple years later, they're playing a back-to-back conference championships. And then they have an incident at the border, and they had to trade some things, and they were in bad shape. And then they got good again with a couple of really good drafts, some smart free agent signings. They had the right coach in place to take him to another level, which was Brian Murray, and they were a lot of fun to watch in the early 90s, but they didn't get there. Yeah, then they switch over. Here comes Scotty Bowman, but it was sustained success from 1991 through whatever it was, 2016 or whatever. We had a lot of fun watching those teams. That's what they want to build. They want to build the team that's going to be not just a playoff team every year, but a Stanley Cup contending team every year. That takes time.
Those are the only moves I'm calling for, though. Like when people go, Jim, he's not one player away. You can't wait till you're one player away from a Stanley Cup before you start adding people. No, and I'm not saying to do something short term. All I want him to do is make long term moves.
But you got to find a superstar player to have that long time success. And you and I both agreed DeBrincat's not a superstar player.
That doesn't mean he's not an asset to this team.
No, he's an asset.
Maybe more valuable than a couple second round picks or a late first with the Bruins next year. All things considered.
We'll see what they do.
248-539-9797. We'll get to Kang's $1 million moment. I should say near $1 million moment. He was so close to $1 million yesterday. We'll get to it. It's 97.1. All right, maybe I've come on a little strong, a little heavy-handed today. We're talking a little hockey. The draft last night and into today, the Red Wings made both first-round picks yesterday. They made 3 second-round picks today, 5 in the top 50. And the GM said, we are rebuilding. We aren't in a position to take a shot, to go for it. Could be posturing, could be nothing. But actions plus words, I think Eiserman continues to slow play this, to take his time, to be very patient. Are you running out of patience? 248-539-9797. I am. This time feels like right now. We also brought up Tigers. They're playing today. Wrap up the series against the Rangers. 2:05 first pitch, 1:40. Coverage is going to start right here. We're going to get to Colt Keith and what he did last night. Clock ticking, people already excited.
Did he do something?
A little bit of something.
Was he all right?
And we'll get to Kang's $1 million near moment. Let's get to Scott. You're on 97.1. Scott, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Yeah, I was kind of agreeing with about this Tigers lineup with Gator there. Torkelson was never a good hitter, and everyone's saying he's not a good hitter. They're all shocked. He was a .234 hitter in AAA in 75 games. He's a power hitter. So why is he batting 2? He should be 5. He should put Carpenter at 5 and put him at 2. You know what I mean?
What do you think?
Well, I think he has a pretty good eye at the plate. Typically, although lately he doesn't look good at all. I mean, this last month he's not swung the bat well at all, so he can get on base. But yeah, I don't think he's typically your number 2 guy in the lineup. No. If Riley Green is on this roster right now, Torque is hitting probably 3rd and maybe 4th. I'm not sure why. I'm kind of with this, Scott. I'm not sure why he's hitting 2nd. My guess is that A.J. Hinch just wants him to see more pitches and see more at bats, and that's why he's up higher, because he knows he can be a plus bat in the lineup.
He's just got the reason I ask is because he's gotten worse. If you look at his college year, his breakout year in college, he broke Barry Bonds' record. Led the country as a freshman in homers. But then he went into the minors. He did good in single A. He did good in fall ball. But once he started going up the ladder a little bit, his numbers were falling drastically. So he's more. I see him right now as either a power hitter or nothing.
Well, and even his power numbers aren't great. I think he's got 5 home runs this month, but his OPS is still in the 600s. The point about walks, he has 1 walk in his last 12 games. Not the prototypical 2-hitter. But the Torkelson conversation is so much deeper, and I know you and Doug talked about it this week. Let's go to Rick. Rick, what are you seeing? You're on 97.1.
Hey, boys, I'm on the plan. I believe we need to have patience. I don't think we're nowhere near a playoff team yet. You look at some of the teams in our conference, we're in a loaded. I like to see what Steve can do with the draft. If anything, fellas, I think we had to have less patience with the Pistons and the Tigers. I think we need to have faith in Steve. Look what he did in Tampa Bay. There's still a terrific team, years later. I just think we need to have patience.
Well, I think there were some differences, in Tampa Bay. He had a superstar player to kind of build around, a couple of them to build around, and more talent than there was here with the Red Wings. And he also hit on a couple of giant draft picks.
Point Kucherov.
Yeah.
He drafted Vasilevsky.
And
Sergachev.
Yeah, they did very well.
He did very well in the draft. And I'm not disputing that he won't do that here in Detroit.
Right,
because
I think the early returns look pretty good. Yeah. But the high-end talent was kind of there to begin with.
Talking Stamkos and Hedman.
Yeah, and that looks really good. And then didn't they have was he there when St. Louis was there?
Yeah, and he navigated that. I think he flipped him for Callahan, and again, he had to do some stuff.
I'm running out of patience a little bit, but I still trust him. I think he's got a plan, and he's working it. And I'd like to see a movement where they bring in a player of consequence from outside the organization. I think it can still happen. in this offseason.
I do too.
If you've got a better free agent class, a much better free agent class next year, make sure you've got money for that and you can bid. And I think the Red Wings are in a different position than, say, the Pistons are or the Tigers are when it comes to free agency because, yeah, the Red Wings are down now, but they're still one of these original 6 franchises. They're run by Steve Eiserman. They still have some pull in the NHL. This isn't the team that was there when you had the 2 big free agents that came up, Parise and Suter way back 10 years ago, and we're all like, why can't we get them? Well, there were reasons that they signed where they signed, but I think it's a different situation now. New arena, brand new arena, and Eiserman's here. I think that they can lure some free agents when they're free agents worthy of luring.
Hope so. Let's go to Justin. Justin, you're on 97.1.
Hi, I'm calling about all these people kind of apologizing for Eiserman, and I'm not saying to fire him or anything, but to say he's not on the hot seat is a little strange to me. He's in his 5th year. In Tampa, everybody talks about Tampa. His 4th year, they were in the playoffs. His 5th year, they were in the Cup Finals. I don't see that happening this year.
Yeah, because the Rings don't have the talent that Tampa had when he got there.
Tampa had a head start, so I don't want to hold him to the Tampa timeline, but I do want to hold him to a timeline, something he's been unwilling to give since he took over. And I get the first couple years not knowing how to give a timeline. You're like, dude, I'm surrounded by garbage and trash. I got to fix this first. But even now, 5 years in, to not have a timeline, to not have any urgency, Justin, that's kind of where I'm at, where you are. You're not firing him, but you're like, hey, can we have some kind of timeline for results? Otherwise, we're a bunch of suckers. Otherwise, you can Sam Hinkie us because we're letting you.
Do you think he's going to have a different message when they get to training camp in September, October?
Assuming
do you think we'll have some? Make no assumptions. Just what you think is going to happen. Do you think that it'll be a different message?
No,
because free agency begins on Saturday.
I think we
know the trade's going to happen.
It's a down free agency period. I think he is a notoriously tough negotiator, and I like that. But I think it's going to make it hard for him to make a splash, and I think he might try, but stay firm and hold true and keep on this Eiser plan long-term rebuild. And we'll go into next season and say, yeah, they can go from an 80-win or 80-point team to a mid to high 80-point team, just maybe on natural young player development and improvement.
Well, can they be a playoff team? That's what I want to hear him say.
In lieu of a big move, I don't think so.
I think the problem is that when people pose the question to him, I think it's interpreted as contending for a Stanley Cup instead of making the playoffs. They still need to take the steps to walk before they run.
All right, Kang, I saw this story, and it's one lucky Las Vegas visitor ended their vacation with some extra money in their pocket after hitting a massive jackpot at the airport. The Harry Reid International Airport confirmed the jackpot in a post on Twitter Wednesday. Kang, when were you at the airport in Vegas?
Yesterday.
The airport said the guest who is not identified won $1.3 million while playing Wheel of Fortune triple-double emeralds in the Terminal 1 section of the airport.
I love that machine.
Yeah, don't get excited. It can't be him. It said visitor.
That's true. Damn it, Gator.
Okay.
You caught that?
This didn't say Las Vegas resident.
But how close were you to being this? First of all, have you played slots at the airport when you're taking one of your many visits to and from home?
I have not because, first of all, I'm not lucky with slots. But when I do play slots, they're usually in the casino, and they are a lot of times it is the Wheel of Fortune machine. I am a sucker for the free spins. I enjoy the show. I know you do as well, Gator. I can't believe Ryan Seacrest is getting that job, by the way. But that's a different thing. That's a different thought.
Oh.
I was at the terminal. Now, to be fair, there was only 2 terminals, but there was Terminal 1. I was there. I probably walked by the machine. I was there yesterday. So I tried to research when did this happen because I was there in the morning. I think it happened in the afternoon. So I missed it by a couple hours, but that would have been insane to see because you can see the total that the machine is paying out or is going to pay the winner. It's $1.3 million. That's crazy. This person is leaving Las Vegas, and I think they missed their flight. I think they're gonna stick around a little bit.
I'll fly later. Well, you'll miss your flight. Yeah, I can get a first class ticket.
I think I got some paperwork to fill out.
Yeah, I got some stuff to do. I'll be all right.
So my question was, biggest jackpot that you've ever seen one? It could be you, it could be a friend, it could be a family member. Biggest jackpot that just right in front of you like that.
I can't remember seeing a jackpot from being paid out at like a slot machine, but I can tell you that the biggest winnings from a single night that I was part of, that I saw my buddy he won $13,000 one night. We were playing craps at the Hard Rock. This was like when the Hard Rock first opened up. The problem with this was very aggravating to him later on, was that because it was the infancy stages of the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, they had the table limits they put on because they were expecting young people to be there. They had the table limits were like $300 or something like that. And when somebody got on a roll, and in craps, if you get on a roll, it's the greatest thing ever. You just last forever, and people keep pressing their bets, and it was capped at 300. If he was able to do what he wanted to do, which was continue to let it ride, press it, he probably would have won north of $50,000.
So you saw he was just your friend, right?
Yeah,
You
and I was
saw
there,
him-
and I won some money too, but I didn't win anywhere near what he did.
So you were just betting less, right?
I was way less. I mean, I ended up walking out, I think, with close to $1,000, which was
still probably at the time,
unbelievable
like, you're
for
like,
me at the time.
yes,
This
yeah.
is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
So you watched your friend basically walk out with 13 grand
Yeah.
plus 13. That's awesome.
Yeah,
man.
they gave us an escort, and they
Oh,
gave us we got into the limo was a Suburban. They put us into a Suburban to take us to our hotel, and
Oh, that's awesome, man.
it was pretty great.
Feel
It
like
was
a big
pretty
shot.
great. Yeah.
If you got the story, 248-539-9797, you've seen a big jackpot, or if you yourself won a major jackpot.
There are two other big ones that I've heard of. One was...
How about we get them coming up next?
Yeah, well, let's do that.
We'll get to that. It's 97.1. Gator's already counting down the seconds. We'll get to it in the 1 o'clock hour. Tiger baseball today against the Rangers. You're not counting down the seconds for today's particular matchup, are you? No. But something that happened last night. It's got you and a bunch of Tiger fans going, any day now.
Come on.
Please. Some ticket texts, some phone calls. We brought up this near $1 million moment for Kang. You were flying home from Las Vegas yesterday, and at the Las Vegas airport, someone won $1.3 million in a slot machine. Now, you weren't around the person. You didn't witness this, but you were so close. It's basically you.
Duh, I'm spending my money right now. Should I get a boat, Gator?
Do you deserve it?
I got to ask the wife. No, but seriously.
You live near a lake?
But seriously, though, it would have been really cool just to witness it, too. Because I think to see that kind of joy and, and always, getting one up on the casino is fun. Gator, that was your buddy that you get to watch, so that's even better. But I like seeing people win, like get the hand cash, payouts or whatever, the hand payout from the attendant at the slot machines, or seeing someone win at a table. It's energy, it's excitement, it's fun. That's part of being in Vegas and in general, right? So if I would have saw that, I would have been like, dang, that was close, but I'm happy for that person.
Yeah, there were two others that I can recall where they were big payouts, and it wasn't slots, and it wasn't one was a table game, one was not. And this didn't happen a year ago. Stoney was involved, or 2 years ago. Stoney was involved in a pool in Vegas. One of these, I don't know if they were a suicide pool or whatever it was, but he and his buddy put up the big money for it. And they won like $50,000 in the first quarter of the season or something crazy like that, which was amazing to hear about betting on football games. And the other one was, maybe I won't out the person, but another person involved in the station on the weekends. Years ago, I had heard about a legendary run on the craps table in Vegas. And this person was at the craps table and was rolling, and I believe made like 37 passes, something like that.
What?
37 passes.
That's past heater.
I believe that was the number. I could be wrong on the number.
Do you think you're like bending space and time? You're like, how does this keep happening to me?
Maybe I'm wrong. And even if it was, let's cut it in half. Even if it was 19 passes.
Still insane.
Yeah.
It's an insane amount of passes. And the total was like, I think in the $60,000 range or something like that. I mean, that's the stuff you dream about if you're a craps player, to be at the table. It doesn't have to be you rolling the dice. Just be at the table when it's happening because you're betting. And if the person keeps hitting the number and doesn't crap out, you're still winning. You're winning a lot. If they're betting big and you're betting small, if they're going to win $100 grand out of it, you're going to win a couple $1,000. If you're betting as small as you can, you're still going to get out there way ahead. That's fun. That's why craps is great. And this is part of why Doug doesn't, because Doug's always bet the don't pass line.
Oh,
He's like, well, your odds are better. I'm like, they are, but it's no fun to bet the don't pass line.
Doug catching a stray on his day off.
Oh, boy. All right, let's get to the phones. People got some stories. Poor Doug.
He's like, I'm over here eating kale, and what's going on?
What happened here?
Well, you weren't here last week, Kang, but we were talking about the elephant ears. Doug's never had an elephant ear. He's catching strays when he's not here.
Yeah.
That's not a shocker.
No.
First of all, the name alone probably just doesn't appeal to Doug.
Right.
Elephant ear. He's like, I'm out. And then you tell him what it is, and
That's
he's
just
like,
fried dough.
Yeah, but even more so, yeah, he's out. Hates sugar.
Cinnamon sugar. Dusted on there.
Tastes great. Dustin, you got a big jackpot story? You're on Carson Anderson.
Catching strays.
Cookies, Gator. How you doing?
All right, Dustin.
Good. So it's about 6 years ago. I'm in the 3:30 in the morning. I'm in the high rollers slot area at the Tampa Hard Rock.
Oh, here we go.
Two people in the room, me and Julius the Dr. Irving.
Oh, wait, what?
I'm interested.
Yeah. So there's two of us in the room. I mean, I spotted him right away. He sees me looking at him. I left him alone. Anyway, I hit for $5,000 on a slot, and I'm all excited. He walks over when he sees me win, and he goes, "Hey, if you would have bet the max there, you would have won $25,000." He kind of laughs, chuckles a little bit, walks away. That was it.
So he didn't even let you feel good about your win. He's like,
he didn't even let me feel good. No, he didn't. He just basically was like, "Listen, man," he's like, you screwed up. He kind of chuckled and walked away. That was it. Went back to his machine.
Serious as a heart
Dr. J.
attack. I mean,
that's a
I
great
laughed
Dr. J
for like
story.
a week after that.
Dr. Buzzkill over here.
Yeah, right?
You know what you could have won.
You know, if you just done this.
You know,
I mean,
you could have won more
$5,000 's not-
championships if you were. Well, you won one. That was enough.
Kevin, you're next up. You're on Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right.
I'm going to give you the abridged story of my personal win about 25 plus years ago up the Leelanau Sands Casino up north. You know, if you go to the casino with a group of people, you know what happens a lot is you walk in the casino with 6 people, and a lot of times you scatter, right? And you don't see people for a long time, and you might have a meeting place. But in any event, I got to the Caribbean Stud poker game, and it might have been the first time I played that variety of the game. They got the progressive jackpot, and I was lucky enough to have dealt to me a straight flush to the king, and it was worth 10% of the pot, which was $300,000. So I got about $32,000, and mind you, now I'm all by myself. So I go and I fetch my brother, first of all, who I finally find him. He's at the craps table. And I go, "Oh, yeah, how you doing?" He goes, "Well, I'm up, I don't know, $300 or so." I go, "Yeah, that's pretty good." He goes, "What are you up?" I go, "At about 32,000." He goes, "You are full. You are full of it." And I go, "Come with me." So we come back to the Caribbean Stud area. We get about 50 feet away, and people, the players, start standing up and applauding me as I'm coming back.
That's awesome.
So very, very, very special, and suffice to say, something I'll never forget.
That's
A lot
incredible.
of fun.
That is incredible. And it's like the memory and the moment that you won. Like we tell the story about this airport guy. Like he's flying home from the vacation. He probably lost money in Vegas, right?
Well, that's usually what you do.
Right.
Hey, they don't have big buildings in the desert for no reason.
So he's licking his wounds. He's like, before I go home, he or she is like, put a couple in the slot machine for the road and see what happens. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Like the suddenness of that moment. Like for this guy, it's walking back to the table and getting the standing ovation. 248-539-9797. Your big jackpot stories. We're going to talk about the Tigers leading up to their game today against the Rangers in the 1 o'clock hour. The countdown is on. It's 97.1. I don't know if you saw what Colt Keith did last night, but I know Gator saw. We'll get to it. Countdown is on. Tigers playing today against the Rangers. 1:40 coverage starts 97.1. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh. Doug is back tomorrow. You can catch the Strays in person. We brought up this jackpot story that happened in Vegas at the airport, same day that Kang was flying home from Vegas. And we said, what jackpots have you seen, witnessed? If you've won them, great, but even just witnessed. Ticket text come in 248-539-9797. Saw a guy win $85,000 hitting a royal flush on Mississippi Stud Poker during March Madness this year.
See, the thing about those table games, and Gator, you know this. I'm not sure how much you gamble at the tables, Jim, but you got to play the bonuses or to win the progressive stuff. Otherwise, you're just, it's just whatever bet you got out there. And that's where they're
just taking your money.
Yeah, exactly. But the real gamblers that do it all the time, they tell you like, hey, you got to play the progressive, man. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Like that's what they do. But I can't, it just depends. Like even regular blackjack has progressive stuff that you can, the bonuses and things like that. But yeah, that's where you win those big monies, the big money at the table games.
Texter says, my bosses go to the casino when they're all together, and they'll actually take turn doing $100 spins on the Wheel of Fortune slots. They asked me to do it, and I said, no thanks. They won $15,000 or something like that, and I'll split it. Missed out. Texter says, we went to Canada years ago with a friend of ours. He hit a slot machine for $60,000. We left Canada with the money, stashed in our pockets, came across the border, went to MGM, and hit the machine for another $20,000.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Is that 60K in loonies or Canadian?
That's
U.S.
Conversion rate's okay.
It's not bad. Who's been waiting the longest on these stories here? Let's go to Mike. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
What's up?
Hey, so not really a huge jackpot, but it was a nice 18th birthday present many years ago now, unfortunately. I was at the craps table, down to my last few dollars. I don't remember exactly how much, but I do know how much I walked away with. I needed 6 to make my pass, and I kind of had a somewhat crappy game. And I also put some money on hard 6, and right on the money, next roll, boom, hard 6, and I was walking away that day with a nice $120 birthday present.
There you go.
Nice.
$120. Yeah, I'm not going to unit shame, we say in sports betting. I'm not going to, just because you didn't win $80,000 like the last ticket texter.
Right.
$100, $120 is no joke. Like when I took that cruise that you guys like to make fun of.
Yeah, the adults only porn cruise. Yeah. The swingers, right, King?
It's a no kids cruise. Adults only
Adults
makes it
only.
sound.
Yeah, we're picking up what you're throwing down.
Said.
Anyway, last day, my wife won $700 at the slots. And she had never played slots until the cruise. And the first day or two she did, she's like, this is stupid. I go, I know it's stupid. I don't play them either. But the last day, she had a little bit of extra money, put it on it, $700. So it paid for our drink tab. And basically you leave the cruise with some money in your pocket. It's a great feeling.
Biggest smile I've had in my life. I was 19 on a cruise ship, and I was playing blackjack. And at the end of the night, I'd won, ended up being $140. But I didn't cash in my chips yet because I was going to play later on. So I had there's a picture of me wearing a suit because we're going out for dinner on a cruise ship, and I'm holding the chip, the $100 chip, with the biggest smile on my face.
That's awesome.
It was.
You have a tie and everything?
Oh yeah. It meant
photo.
so much. It was the greatest feeling.
Did you play in the suit and tie?
No.
Oh, God, that would be amazing.
No.
Excuse me. The name is Anderson.
Yeah, it's Anderson. Scott Anderson. Yeah.
He's 19.
Shaken, not stirred.
Forward the difference to my room, please. Yes.
Please. I want the gourmet chicken nuggets.
Right, yeah.
With the fancy ketchup.
I will get the extra mustard on the side. Thank you.
Grey Poupon, of course.
Corey, you're up next. Jackpot story, 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Corey.
So my father-in-law and I and my brother-in-laws, we go down to Ohio to the Hollywood Casino, shout out. Go in there. I don't really gamble. I maybe take $100 there, and when I run out. He goes in, hits a slot for $1,200 on the third spin, and then goes through a couple more spins, $900, and we're already feeling pretty good because we're drinking. And he's like, let's go to the high roller area. I've never played in there. So we go in there, and he does like $50 spins. On his second one, he hit $7,000 on it.
Wow.
And we brought White Castle back home for everybody. It was great.
That's
a
awesome.
great story.
Yeah, the White Castle makes it.
Good stuff. Yeah, you're like, let's do this up.
Wow,
White
we got
Castle.
2 Crave cases. What's going on? Hey, man, I won big.
Hey, I got on a run. Now everyone's going to get on a run.
Right.
Clear out. Johnny, what's up? You're on 97.1.
That was awesome, the run. All right, so 2 things. Real quick, my biggest victory was we were in a club at work, and we ended up pooling our money, whatever, got together, and we ended up hitting one morning, and we hit 5 numbers, and the number, we missed the Powerball by 1 number. It was 13, we had 12, and at that time, this is when the Powerball was at like 240 million or whatever it was back then, about 10 years ago. Now, going forward, past that, I was at a crap table downtown at Greektown, down when the crap tables were downstairs, and the guy from Wallside, I don't remember his name, whoever owns Wallside Windows, he was down there shooting. And I got on the table with him, and I've never seen so many orange and gray chips being brought down from the cage in my life. There must have been about $120,000 on the table. It was crazy.
That's great.
Crazy.
It's just fun. It's what, part of what makes a casino fun. Of course, it's when you win is great times, but there's an energy when somebody wins and everyone's pulling for you. Like are you rooting against anybody in the casino other than, the don't pass line guy?
Yeah. Or, I mean, the occasional jerk or whatever.
Right, there's some
yeah.
loudmouth, right, I get it. But typically, if somebody wins, they're genuinely excited, and you can't help but be excited for them.
Yeah, when you hear someone cheering, you turn around, you look, you're like, all right, good for him.
All
Good
right.
for that guy, good for that girl, whatever,
It's the camaraderie.
Yeah, like I said, you walk into a casino, especially a Vegas casino, because there's so many tourists, and just it's the energy. You smell hope, along with some desperation and maybe some.
I'm sorry, is that desperation and struggle, or is that
the struggle is real?
hope and enlightenment? What is that?
It's a combination, but there's real energy, and it's just fun to witness.
Yeah, it's made with real tears.
Yeah, right.
Bitter to the taste.
Alex, you're on Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, Alex.
Kang, my condolences. Sorry for your loss.
I know. I'm dreaming about it.
So you guys familiar with a Bad Beat jackpot?
No.
It's a poker thing most casinos do.
These are good.
It's a quick summary. It's just basically it's when 2 players at the same table get at least 4 of a kind, and one of them loses. So it's if you know poker, it's quite what
so
movies make you think.
can
It's
still
hard.
get rewarded for having a great hand, even though you didn't win.
Yeah, it's hard to get 4 of a kind. So if you get 4 of a kind or better and lose, that's really unlucky.
It's
so
insurance.
you get a jackpot for
Yeah.
that. So I was playing poker down at MGM in Detroit, and just minding my own business, get dealt a really crappy hand. We'll fold, pull up my phone and just start waiting for the next hand. Next thing I know, guys are slamming the cards on the table, screaming and shouting because 2 guys got dealt 4 of a kind. So one of them won, one of them lost.
You were part of that?
Yeah.
So you got like $1,000 or $2,000 something, right?
9,000.
Oh.
Wow.
See, his hand didn't even play. Everyone at the table gets a piece, but the 2 guys are involved. The loser gets the bigger piece, but the other guy, the winner, gets a bigger piece.
So the losing hand gets it varies a little bit, but usually losing hand gets half of the jackpot. The winning hand usually gets like either 25 or 30%, and then the remaining players that were dealt in at the table get the rest of the 25 or 20% or so divvied up. So it was a big one.
Was this the record one? Because MGM had a record one. I think it was last year or so.
It might have been. This was in 2014. I think it was the record at the time, but I don't think it's the record anymore.
Because
I think
that's great.
And here's the thing, guys. Also, you have to be at your seat. So if you get up and use the bathroom, you don't get a piece.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, you got to be there.
So, but you could play on your phone like this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you just can't get up.
If the players at the table are gentlemen, they will usually throw that guy. If you're at the table, you get up, go to the bathroom for 10 minutes. and then while you're gone, it hits. The good and proper thing to do is throw that guy like at least like $500.
You got to.
I feel like that's an urban legend, though. Like nobody's seen it happen, but people will talk about, you ever got up to go use the bathroom? You came, I mean, it's just common sense. We'd all pitch in and we'll give you some money, but it's probably never happened.
It's the butterfly effect. If he wasn't having that seat occupied, somebody else would have been sitting there. The cards would have been dealt differently. It wouldn't have happened if that guy wasn't in the bathroom. So you owe it to him.
You got to give him a piece. You just got to. You got to tip the dealer as well.
Appreciate it, Alex. Good stuff. 248-539-9797.
He didn't say you got to tip the dealer.
He just kind of hung out.
Kang said it, but
I think you do.
On a big hand like that?
You absolutely do. And I know people that don't, but
I think I'd be
feel
so shocked that I don't even think I would think to tip the dealer. I'm just being honest in that moment. If I won like a mega jackpot or even just a big hand where you're taking home 50% of this big pot, I know it's probably the right thing to do, but I'm just trying to be honest. I don't know in the moment that I would think to do it.
If I was with you, I would tell you to.
All right, Kane, here's a question. You win, let's say you're getting ready to walk away from the table and you won $2,000. Do you tip based on percentage of what you won, or you just tip because it's a nice, like, here's a nice tip?
I don't want to see percentage because I'm not, it's not a hard and fast rule for me.
I couldn't do percentage.
But I actually do what you do for the most part is I tip at the end. How some people tip as they're playing, right. Like, hey, they won a hand.
I do it occasionally when I'm playing, but not.
Depends on how big of the hand is, but not every time I just win. I'm tipping, but if the dealer's making a change and I've won money, I'm definitely tipping him out before he leaves, and they switch dealers. And at the end of them, it depends on what my win is. Yeah, I guess it is based on kind of a percentage, but not really.
Well,
loose.
I guess my point is, let's say you win a few grand.
Mm-hmm.
Is 100 enough?
I think so.
Okay. Is 50 enough?
I think you got to go between 50 and 100 at least. That's mine. I don't want to tip shame anybody. Do what you want to do on that.
Right.
But I think you should give them something.
Yeah,
not $1 though, because that's just disrespectful.
No, that's yeah. No, why don't you hang on to this? You need it more than I do, right? Exactly. The old line. Yeah. You could use this more than I can, clearly. So just hang on to that $1. Big spender.
I think 100 on 2,000 is good.
It's a lot. I think. Yeah, I think $100 tip on anything, even if you win like 10 grand.
Exactly.
Hey, I just give you $100 for doing your job. You know.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says the Tigers hit the lottery jackpot with Colt Keith. How did he slip to the 5th round? That's from Ryan. We will talk a little bit about Colt Keith. Mix that into the jackpot conversation. Gator wants to know how long we wait until this guy is in Detroit. It's 97.1.
Hey, are you tired of having these creepy ads follow you all around your smartphone or your computer? Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that help to prevent the spies on your searches. Look, I don't want anybody checking out my browsing history, looking up cute dog videos or true crime stuff. That's my business. DuckDuckGo private search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Keep your searches and browsing activity more private and download it today for free in the App Store or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
We were just chuckling. Max Boltman covers the Red Wings for The Athletic. He says, there's no way this many people have opinions on fifth-round picks. Just a good chuckle. Yeah. We talked a lot of the draft today. If you missed it, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind, opened at 10 o'clock talking about Eiserman comments and the first-round selections. We mixed in some of what they did in the second round and how we view this rebuild in his words. If you missed it, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. Gator, we've got full phone lines on people with jackpot stories, and I do want to get to some of these. We brought up Colt Keith, too, and you're always checking down on the farm.
Sure.
He had himself a AAA debut. On base 5 times. His first at-bat was a home run. You have been asking, when do we get to see this guy in Detroit?
That's right. Actually, Doug and I, it's funny, Doug and I said yesterday during the show, I said, based on how he's going to play at AAA, how long does he have to be hot for before you call him up? And he's like, a week. And I said, I hear you. I mean, I'd love to see that. But, realistically, I said, if he tears it up now until the trade deadline, which is the end of July.
So a month, yeah.
Yeah, so give him a month. If he tears it up down there, if he just goes nuts for a month, 20, 25 games, whatever it is that enough? And I asked it aloud yesterday, and I thought, I think it is, based on his track record of what he did last year, how he picked up, didn't miss a beat this year. He's even better. And then last night, look, it's one game, but he went 3 for 4, drew a couple of walks, hit a home run, also committed an error in the field. He was playing second base and I guess made a bad throw. But second base is a little bit new to him. It's funny, they had him playing at second and Nick Maton playing at third, and Maton had a couple of hits in the game.
Call him up.
That's all it takes.
That's it.
We need some bats here.
Yeah, you have 2 hits.
Yeah.
But that is the thing that I would say. Tyler Nevin hit in AAA.
Yeah.
Right? Akil Baddoo was hitting 300 in AAA. It didn't exactly translate when he got called up prior to the injury. And you can go up and down the list of guys who have hit at AAA.
Which makes you a 4A player.
Now, Colt Keith has some pedigree. He's a top 100 prospect. He's in the top 50 right now.
He's 21.
And he's a lefty, right? And he hits for some pop and power. It's great. He's patient at the plate. Scott Harris said he's everything we want in a hitter. The only concern I have is the Torkelson stuff. And it's not fair, they're different players, but Torkelson is the stand-in for 30 years of failed player development, and there's a question, did they rush Torkelson? What's the rush for Colt Keith? Wouldn't she be better off just letting him go through adversity at AAA, learn from it, and then be better prepared for the call up to the bigs?
Well, sure, but my point is, what if there is no adversity?
It's just that good.
Right. I mean, one of the previous callers mentioned it. It's not like Torque tore it up in the minors. He didn't. Torque's numbers were based off what he did at Arizona State. He didn't have a 2020 season in the minors because there was none because of COVID. In 2021, he had a little bit of a minor league season and was nothing. It wasn't special. It wasn't like what Colt Keith has done. So Colt Keith puts together the year he had last year when he played at West Michigan, and he hit 301 with a 914 OPS. Goes to the Arizona Fall League, and in 19 games, he hit 344 with a 1,004 OPS. Mm-hmm. Then starts off this year at Erie, plays 59 games, hits 325 with a 977 OPS, 50 RBI in 59 games, and now starts off at AAA with the night he had with 3 for 4, with a couple of walks, a home run, and 2 RBIs. I mean, it seems like he's well on his way, but yes, to the point, he has to continue to do this for a while. I'm not just bringing him up here, but what is a while? Because if he ends up hitting, you chalk it up after 25 games at AAA. If he's hitting well over 300 with an OPS around 1,000, why would you hold him back?
Well, the other question would be, what's this big league club look like at that time? So you're saying a month around the deadline.
Right. After the deadline, more than likely. Yeah.
And you've talked about, we did this whole bit. I'm not taking it seriously, but you're riding the roller coaster. You're on board. In a world where they're only a couple games back and the dude's raking, you call him up, right? You're going to do everything you can to try to close the gap and win the Central. But if it goes the other way, where this team just kind of drifts further and further out, and then trade deadline trades away some key players, you're not chasing a crown in the division, and there is no incentive to throw a guy to the wolves, so to speak. At that point, you just say, hey, Let's save the service time. Let him end the season on a high note in AAA and give him a shot to break the camp next season.
I never cared about the service time thing. If a guy's great, he's great. Bring him up when he's ready to go. But the division is what it is. It's a terrible division. You got a chance you're still in it. You lost the game last night. Minnesota lost, and Minnesota also lost first place. Cleveland is now in first place by a half game over the Twins. The Tigers are 5 games back, and the White Sox are 5.5 games back. 4 teams, 5.5 games within each other for a playoff spot, really, is what we're looking at, because there's no shot at a wild card. You have to win the division. Okay. After today, they've got 6 games coming up against woeful Colorado, who gave up 25 runs in a game over the weekend.
And the A's.
And the A's, who just got, perfect game pitched against them last night. Neither team is very good. The Tigers aren't very good either, but I think the Tigers are better. So could you see 5-1 down in those 6 games if they do something like that? Where would they stand after the 6 games? I haven't looked at Cleveland's schedule yet, but I mean, you would have to think that they would make some ground on there. As I'm looking to see what Cleveland has, because this is all going into it.
In a lot of ways, this season has been torturous in a different way. What's the schedule?
Cleveland's at the Cubs.
Okay, decent team.
Starting on Friday. They play Kansas City today at Kansas City. Then they go at Chicago at Wrigley. And then they have 3 home games against Atlanta.
Tough.
So everybody else is catching up to the Atlanta juggernaut that the Tigers did.
Yeah,
Atlanta took care of Minnesota. Can they take care of Cleveland and leave things wide open for the division again?
Everybody gets their brains beaten by Atlanta and level the playing field and so on and so forth. Texture says, by a while, Gator means like 4 more games in Toledo.
Right. I should go back and read last night. Doug and I were texting each other during the game.
I would love to hear some of those.
Yeah.
Because, Gator, I could see a scenario where you're going to be off tomorrow and you're going to take a little time around the 4th. You come back and you're going to be like, guys, he's hitting 504. Time to call him. It's been a hot week. What are we doing? Let's see what he can do.
So Doug sent me the Twitter bit of Colt Keith's home run.
Yeah.
My reply was, can he make a flight to Dallas for tomorrow's game? And Doug puts in quotes, how many weeks? 1. And I said, I'm down. Then we started making fun of the Red Wing draft a little bit. Yeah, it was just crazy. Then we started ripping on Wentz a little bit. Yeah, it was.
You can't spell Wentz without a W for the other team. That's what they're saying.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Or he's going to be renamed Lentz, the L instead of the W.
Well, 1-9, I think, now on the season.
And I don't know if you saw while we were on the air, they sent him down to AAA.
Did they?
Yeah, option down to AAA, which is not as far as I thought. I thought maybe like Utica, Jimmy John's Field, but he's not going that far down.
But here's why it makes sense, right? Because Tarek Skubal pitched last night. He's fine, right? Ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So Tarek Skubal probably gets called up, makes his next start with the Tigers. So now the Tigers have added Skubal and Manning. They've lost Boyd to injury, and now you can take Joey Wentz out of the rotation because of Skubal coming back. Soon, looks like maybe another week or two, you get Eduardo Rodriguez back. Okay. Then you can take somebody else out of the rotation. So now you have Skubal, Manning, Rodriguez with Olsen, who's pitching today.
Mm-hmm.
He's pitched well. And I guess I had to think about who the other pitcher would be. But
you say Lorenzen already?
I did not say Lorenzen. So there's your starting 5. Looks a hell of a lot better than what it did a week ago.
Yeah. If you looked at their IL list 2 weeks ago, you're like, that's a hell of a rotation.
Right, exactly.
At least interesting.
So getting healthy at an interesting time before the trade deadline, and as the schedule lightens up in the next 6 games after today, then they'll play Toronto before the All-Star break, and then we'll see where they're at that point.
We got stories on jackpots. I want to keep cycling those in. 248-539-9797. And then obviously this question about Colt Keith. How long are we going to wait before he's playing in the Old English D? Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, quick story. Called my sister up, says, hey, let's go up to Soaring Eagle. Let's hook up the computer printer for my mother-in-law. Went to Soaring Eagle. It was a weeknight during work. And said, okay, $20 or an hour, we're out of here. So about 30 minutes later, we're both in line for more money. So I'm at the craps table, she's at the slot machine. And it's like getting late. It's past an hour that, the deadline we've set for each other. Walked up to her, and the lights flashing on her slot machine, and she couldn't talk. She's like pointing to the machine saying, and saying, I won. She won $4,500.
Woo.
So, we cash out, it's late, I speeding across, I think it was 46, and I get pulled over. In the meantime, she's crying with joy. Mascara's running all over the place. It looked like I beat the hell out of her.
Oh, no.
Oh, doesn't it look good? And you get pulled over?
I got pulled over.
How'd that go?
The police officer says, how fast you were going? I said, 65. He goes, well, it's 55 through here, son. So I gave him my information.
Son.
My sister goes, can I get out of the car and smoke a cigarette? I said, hell no, because it looks like I beat the crap out of you. So fortunately, the cop said, slow it down. You left me off the hook. So she won $4,500 at the time, which was, like a quarter of her income for the year. And she was just ecstatic and just crying like she would not believe, of just excitement and joy. But it looked like, she just had the mascara, the worst, beating ever because of the, how it ran down her face. So it was just one of those things. I'm glad we were able to pull it off for her. But you talk about an experience, we still talk about it today.
That's awesome.
It's a crazy story. All right, we got more jackpot stories, Colt Keith reactions, Tiger baseball coming up at 1:40. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Tying up some loose ends before the Tigers play the Rangers today, 140-97-1. Biggest jackpots. Again, just based on the story, somebody yesterday in a Las Vegas airport won $1.3 million on a slot machine. Kang was this close. You were in Vegas at that airport yesterday. Could have been you if only you had stepped up to the plate.
At least could have witnessed it.
Yeah,
that would have been fun too. I'm not selfish. I enjoy other people's success.
The great thing about you living in Vegas is that there's no state income tax, right?
Get them next time.
Yeah, I just say I don't want to brag or anything, but I just see got elected the president of the HOA.
Oh, nice. That's
nice.
nice.
I almost lost because I technically don't live there. That hurt me a little bit, but I was able to sway the one of the old couples there.
Did you point out all the Zoom meetings you had attended?
Yeah, exactly. I'm fighting for us.
So we joke about it because you go to Vegas every year.
Yeah, for over a week.
Yeah, for a long time. You bring the family. You have family out there. What did you see new in Vegas this time that you hadn't seen before? Like, did you go to a different hotel that you hadn't seen or a casino that you hadn't seen?
I finally got to get to Circa Resorts World. They have this Sphere out there. All right, Sphere. That they've been building for the last couple of years, and it's gonna be ready for the F1 race and stuff. And they're gonna have like events there and concerts and things like that. That's kind of cool. So you'll see that. I don't know if you're going out there this year, Gator.
No, I was supposed to, but I can't.
But you'll see that big black sphere, and it's got like LED and all the stuff, lights. It's Vegas, of course.
Yeah.
It's got all the stuff. They actually follow through on their renderings for the most part, because they got the money to. So that's something that I saw finally pretty much fully developed and put together. Fontainebleau is a hotel out there that's been being built for like 10 years or something, but finally is coming together. So yeah, I saw some of that. But you can't. I was talking to Jim this morning. If you're vacationing in Vegas, I mean, like 72 hours seems to be like the max. You don't want to go any longer because you just feel like disgusted with yourself and like the eating, the gambling, just all the vices, right? So we spend actually most of our time. That's why you and Doug joke that I live out there off the strip. There is a North Las Vegas. There's Henderson. There's other places. Yep. I was telling Jansen this morning, you can go hiking, do other stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, you can fire guns off at a range, right?" Like, yes, you can do that too, John. But I was talking like other stuff. Like I was like taking kids to the Discovery Zone and things like. There's stuff to do other than just avoid the prostitutes on the strip.
Or not.
Yeah, whatever you're into. I don't know. But yeah, there's plenty to do out there, and I enjoy it, so it's a good time.
It was a pretty great moment when John's like, "Yeah, you go out, great shooting range out there."
I'm like, "Yeah, you can rent a tank. I don't
blow
know.
stuff up."
I've actually gone out there when I went and saw my friends in L.A., and then we drove to Vegas and hung out in Vegas for like a couple of days. But because we had the car, go anywhere we wanted to, and we did some of that. We did some hiking out in the Red Rocks and.
Oh, Red Rocks is great.
It was beautiful. It was really kind of cool to see the other stuff that you're right. That isn't just on the strip. It's they have a million golf courses out there that are all fantastic to check out. Vegas is great.
Is the match in Vegas again this year with the the Splash Brothers versus Kelsey and Mahomes? Yeah,
I think it is
tonight.
At the Wynn. I think it is at the Wynn. Yeah, I just missed it. So
yeah, it's tonight. Look, glad we talked about this. I remember to watch it tonight because I do like that event, and I'd like somebody to shut up Kelsey. It'd be great.
Oh, is he on
the list?
Too much Kelsey lately?
Way too much Kelsey.
Oh,
my theory is he's positioning himself to be like an analyst post-career. So he's trying to do like the Draymond Green, Charles Barkley, like loud in your face.
Well, he's got the podcast with his brother that does well.
Mm-hmm.
They have to. He's the one that they had to take off the stage, right? Was he talking?
Yeah,
too
but
much?
it was. I think it was a joke they were trying to play. Like Mahomes, the one where Mahomes pulled him off the. Yeah,
you need to step off. He's the one that he told Jamar Chase to keep Mahomes' name out of his mouth, and like, just shut up. Do you? I guess I don't know. So no, I'm not a big fan. So I'll be rooting for Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. I'm rooting for them.
Gator, tying up some loose ends. Red Wings keep drafting people during the show today. Draft started at 11 for rounds 2 through 7. You notice the trend here? 6 of the first 8 picks, all defensemen.
It doesn't stop, and they've got another pick coming up here in a few minutes. I'm amazed. It's like this draft moves so fast.
I know.
It's great. It's just great
compared to last night where it's slow and let's thank everybody and bring our whole draft party up onto the stage. Now, today's flown by. I turn over, I'm like, oh, their graphics on the screen. And then I turn back, and it's gone, and they've made 12 picks. All the defensemen. Is this you going to convince me, Jim? This is a defenseman trade in the works. They're going to pull something off.
I have to believe this, man, because they're thought of as an organization that is pretty deep with prospects that they have that are defensemen. A lot of international defensemen that they have. Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, then why do they keep adding them? Because, I mean, well, one, you need defensemen, but B, maybe more importantly for these purposes, is if you have enough good ones, everyone's looking for a good defenseman. So that I think it's a trade possibility. So we'll see. Maybe one of those guys was earmarked for another team that they had to draft. Or
they're trading already drafted defensemen and they need to replenish the pipeline.
Yeah, that could happen. That's a possibility.
You know I want it to happen. I
know you do.
I do.
I know you do.
You do too. We're just...
I want to move. Yeah, I want to see something happen here. I really was hoping that they would have made that move last night to move ahead of Philly and take Mitchkov, but it didn't happen. There's some reporting going on that it was difficult, that Philly was not going to move off that.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Philly, they're in a similar position as Red Wings, right? In probably a worse position.
Yeah, they're just getting started.
But they just maybe drafted the next superstar. And they won't see him for probably a couple of years.
I think
but they may have drafted the next superstar in the NHL.
You would have had to get in front of them, and I think when a defenseman went 5 and Arizona didn't want to risk a defenseman falling to 12, they weren't going to move. So I don't know if Eiserman was ever considering moving up, but I was thinking it the way you were thinking it. And I guess just where I'm at right now is Eiserman's been kind of a straight shooter. Like when at the deadline he goes, we're not ready to win. When he said last night, we're not ready to win, I'm gonna believe that that's what he believes.
I think there's a poker face that goes on.
I hope so.
They just drafted another goalie. They've drafted two goalies in this draft. And they have Kosa. Interesting.
Tigers playing the Rangers today. If you missed any of the show, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind.
No Colt Keith in the lineup today? No
Colt Keith.
All right.
Ticket Texans are having a field day. Gators going to be back after some time off. Maybe Colt Keith will be in a Tiger uniform, and maybe Eiserman have landed a big splash player. Maybe. Just maybe. We've got Tiger baseball coming up there against the Texas Rangers, trying to split the series. It's all coming up right here. 97.1 The Ticket. Go Tigers.
Curveball hit hard out in the left field. It's in there for a base hit. Hart may have a shot at box. Here comes the throw. John Worth lets it go, and he runs over 3 and they got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 123-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers baseball.